I'll go ahead. I had a pretty good move yesterday after getting stopped out on stream. And, oh, my my iPad go in there. It's weird. All right, so let me tell chat. Good morning here. Let's see. So going with NQ, I had all-time highs were up here, right? What I was anticipating us to get ran right when I took that long. Me and Barbie were both in the same position. I think she took on ES. Okay. Oops. And then you drop down to the 5-minute. I was just waiting for a retracement back into this 15-minute gap right in here. And we got a nice move higher right around the opening time. We had SMT. So I bought as soon as we retested this gap here. And as you can see, I got stopped out and very, very quickly on that Trump news. But I wasn't really giving up on higher prices because, we were only 23 points away from those all-time highs. And when it sold off, I was like, okay, cool. I mean, maybe I can find a better risk to reward back up to the upside. So, like I said, the 15-minute had this gap in here. Let me make this a little bit cleaner. And I actually took this on the M1 because we had just a lot of volatility. And if there's a lot of volatility, I'll drop to the M1. Very rarely, though. It's usually just on days where it's like high impact news. So right when we got this close above here, at 23,717, I immediately bought, targeting back up to all-time highs right here. So this was about, close to like 2.5 hour trade. I went pretty heavy on this one, risked about 1.5 R. So I'm usually risking like on like a 150K count, risking anywhere from like 750 to like 500. So I went, very heavy on this trade. And across multiple ones, mainly due people like, oh, well, you took a loss and you sized up. Well, this was not necessarily this was like a starter position, the one I took over here, just in case price wanted to run on all-time highs without me. And I have a very good feeling if that Trump news wouldn't have dropped, it probably would have. But it still gave us an opportunity to get back in. And I ended up making more money than I would have if this didn't get stopped out. So, it works out. So we came down and tagged it in here. And it kind of consolidated there for a little bit, but you have to keep your stop losses in place. If you're oversized, it's very easy for you to just move these up and, like a FU candle comes down, tags you out, and then goes higher. But right around like 11:15, 11:30, we shot up back up to all-time highs. And barely any drawdown here, though. The entry was like 717. We came to 714. And worked out very nicely. ES did run this high before NQ. But I'm sorry, it ran the 840 high before NQ, but ES still had room to go back to all-time highs. But they both hit yesterday, so that leads me to today. Honestly, not really expecting much on indices. If anything, I'm probably just anticipating the run to continue higher. I feel like a lot of times when we break out of all-time highs or we get through all-time highs, it just keeps on going. You can kind of spot bad conditions after it runs a high or a low is when you combine it with no news or just lack of displacement on, let's say, like the hourly chart. But we're getting a lot of displacement. We have a lot of displacement here from London. The only thing is we don't have news this morning. I think we just have crude oil at 10:30. I was actually watching Euro futures last night. I sent this in a group chat, a couple of people. I was like, hey, guys, do we long right now before London Open? Like this was like 8 p.m. Eastern last night. I marked this out right here. I was like, okay, I was going to tag this breaker right here and shoot higher. And look what happened. They ran these relative equal highs during London. So that trade is kind of, I'm kind of just need to sit back and reevaluate. Maybe we get a move from this hourly gap back up to here and just continue higher. But the real move I wanted to happen already kind of happened in London, but I don't really swing a whole lot overnight. I'll do sometimes, but just I don't know. I had a good day yesterday. Taking another trade later that night was just kind of like I'll just wait, So, yeah, no, for indices, the next target really is 2.5 standard deviations at 24,205 on ES. That is 65, 45, 25. I think for a higher probability setup, maybe wait for a daily gap to be put in. But if we look at the weekly chart and the weekly candle, it just made the open low. Now I think it's going to go up and make the high close. And I think we can get 200 points up for the rest of the week. Let me look at ES real quick. So I don't think the weekly candle is done expanding to the upside yet. So I think there is still trades in here. You just need to be patient and wait for a pullback. In my opinion, I would only really be looking for ES or NQ longs. But yeah, no, that's gonna do it for me.
Great trade, Nick.
Yeah, have people in the chat, like, oh, we get stopped out, and I'm like, oh Lord,
Yeah, W for Nick, guys. That was you completely modeled like good trading for us. That first trade, it sounds like it was a tester and it didn't work. And you were just like, okay, no big deal. You're like, we're going to wait until, I think maybe you said until 10 or,
yeah.
Yeah. And then it was a fantastic trade and you let it hit your TP too. It was beautiful. W for Nick, guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for walking us through that trade. How did you decide on your stop loss?
How did I describe
Like where to put it? Like how did you decide where to put your stop loss?
Yeah, here, I'll go back to it real quick. New York. So mainly due to what it would have to do in order to flip bearish, right? Like if these gaps got disrespected, that'd be kind of bearish. Also, this is classic breaker block for me. So this is what I use to enter a lot of times, just like on this EU trade on the 4-hour. This is basically just a fractal, like a bigger, higher time frame of that. Same sort of scenario. So basically just using that as support along with these gaps in here. So my stop loss was long entry, like right in here, stop below here. So I just think all of these bullish PDRAs or levels, if these all got disrespected, I'll be like, okay, longs just isn't the play today. So that's usually what I do. It's usually below a high or a low from the breaker, or sometimes it's below a fair value gap, and very rarely is it below like a swing low, because sometimes that just destroys the risk to reward. But yeah, no, that's that's how you do it. But yeah, you gotta be able to forget easily. I mean, most people after they took a loss to start on CPI, they're probably they're not as patient, or they're just trying to, they may get back in trying to get another trade. But I was like, I actually sized up more on the next trade, because I was like, okay, this is gonna go. But it takes time, right? Experience.
Thank you, Nick. Barbie, what are you thinking this morning?
Oh shoot. Hey, you're muted, Barbie.
Thank you. Dog was barking. Sorry. Well, yeah, so the market's a little bit bullish. So I think, well, I'm kind of in that spot where yesterday I had a really great day. So it's kind of a good day for me to chill and make sure I don't think I'm invincible and can just put anything on in the market. So I'm being extra cautious. It is hard to buy these highs, but I don't think Nick's wrong where he's saying that we have room to go higher. So it makes it a little bit tricky. It makes me want to buy any sort of little pullback that we could get. So I was hoping that since we continued this rally in the overnight, that we could at least retrace back into there some and pick up some new longs. I'm not expecting to have as big of a day as yesterday, so I'm going to just be kind of looking for some really good setups that are clean and then take them a little bit smaller. I've also been swing trading this. I posted in our Discord it was last week, it was one of these days that I was buying SPY calls, and I did. So those I've been exiting. I'm going to exit my last ones this morning. So this has also been a really great move for my accounts. And so it's kind of just when you have those wins. I've talked about this before. When you have the wins, you have to take time to celebrate them. And so I'm not going to be like, oh, I've got to go get all this stuff done, because I kind of just did. And so that's part of what I like about having the swing strategies in addition to the day trading strategies is I can kind of go through that cycle along with the market, where I'm waiting, and then we get a big pump and I get to take profits and enjoy it, and then kind of go back through that cycle again. And day trading does that too, just on a much faster cycle. Basically, it's like looking at a 1 minute chart versus a daily chart. But so back for today, but I mean, it's been all bulls, no breaks, right? Just higher. So I'm not going to try to counter that. I'm not going to say, oh, we're at all-time highs, I'm going to short it. That's kind of danger zone. There's a force inside the market that brought us up to all-time highs, and I don't want to battle it. So yeah, hopefully we can get a retracement at least down to this swing high. So that's at 64.75. That was a target that was hit overnight and pulled back, and then we've moved back through. And these are the kind of looks that when we're kind of moves that I'm looking for when the market's making these big rallies like this, is I'm just kind of taking it one level at a time. Let me see if I can spread this out this way a little bit better so we can look at it. But hit a target, come back, see if I can buy some more, and see if we can keep going to the next target. And that's kind of the easiest way for me to look at these continued rallies. One of them is going to eventually fail. So that's why we have to try to get the best entry price. And that's why I try to be really patient and wait for any sort of little pullback, even if it's a small one. But anyway, so if we continue higher, 6,500 was the next obvious target. I was talking about this one a few days ago, that it looked likely for this week, and we're not there yet. So that could be an obvious one. Then we're really getting into mathematical extensions. I was listening to Nick's, a little bit. He kind of came up with some different ones, but the first one that I'm looking at is kind of the 65.20. And then I was thinking we might kind of slow down to around 65.34. The hard thing is when you start getting into these extended levels is you're just kind of waiting for the gas to run out a little bit, and it's hard to predict exactly where that's going to be. I was also kind of looking at the next major spot to be around 65.55. I think Nick said 65.45. So maybe around 65.50 is that kind of next major area. But hopefully we do get kind of these moves. If we're going to keep extending through there throughout the rest of the week, hopefully we can still keep getting some of these little pullbacks so that we can participate. As far as getting back into some swing trades, I'm going to be waiting until we pull back down probably at least to 6,400. So I'm not really going to be looking for much of that today. I do want to point out, so where's my browser? We do have Trump. It got added to the schedule. This was going to be a slow day, but we've got Trump coming. And I went and looked up what it is. So I showed y'all this website the other day where we can look at the president's schedule. So that would be this one. He's going to be making some sort of announcement at the Kennedy Center. And we don't totally know what it's going to be, but let's see. I had, yeah, here it is. So the topic, we could be talking about like Ukraine, EU tariffs, all that sort of thing. But there's also kind of some, we've seen some news come out this morning about the Fed chair announcement. So we might get a tease of the new Fed chair at minimum. So I looked this up. These were not the head guys that everyone was talking about a few weeks ago. Like all, the analysts. Trump is always trying to throw wild cards. That one, screw the analyst. But right now, these are the kind of the picks that we're looking at. And so these guys, none of them are, I think, the traditional candidates that you would expect anybody else to come up with. But we've got some interesting guys. Larry Lindsey is kind of the extra wild card. He was a Fed governor. I think it was some sort of economic advisor governor under Bush a long time ago. So that one's kind of interesting. Rick Ryder is BlackRock. And
Interesting.
I don't know very much about the Zervos guy. I was trying to look some stuff up, but we've got some kind of wild prospects for the new Fed chair.
So interesting. Thanks for sharing that with us, Barbie. Yeah, it's helpful to know like all these things that are happening, like the context around us. Awesome job on your call, your SPY calls. Woohoo! Win.
Thank you.
This is a W, by the way. Win.
Looks like a V for victory, but I'll take it.
V for victory. Win. Also, okay. Here's the V and here's the W.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be out of the way of the market by the Trump stuff. I'll watch it and see if anything comes up, but probably I'm just gonna be nope. Especially after having a good day, it's like why risk something wild? But
yeah, we're always talking about risk management. You guys keep sharing like all the tools that you use, and this is one of them. Where if you're having a good week, you guys are like, all right, or a good day. It's like I don't need to go risk on every day. Yeah, and so both of you guys are thinking like bullish for the week, likely like looking for good pullbacks to hop into.
Yeah,
I'm kind of taking it a day at a time, but
yeah, I'll probably say the same. I just don't really have outside of what the Euro trade was yesterday. I mean, going to last night, that was really the only top watch I had for the rest of the week. Now that indices, I think indices can still push though. I've seen this before where it struggles to, it does a lot of stuff like at all-time highs and then it just runs it and keeps going. So I'm going to be riding that trend as much as I can, but I'm not just going to be buying up here. I'd like, like some pullbacks down to 64.60 or NQ like 23.901 or if 23.984, if that's pretty aggressive buy right there. But, we'll see what happens. It's all focused on like displacement and like speed in the markets, but there's no news today. So
All right. Some shout outs. We have Vala Trades in the house, Pine Tree Trader, and Corey, the phone trader. Good morning, guys. All right. So we wait and see what the market will give us. 7 minutes until the market's going to open. NASDAQ is green by about 95 points, and ES is green by about 19 points. We are well above VWAP so far and trading above yesterday's high. Will we come back and test yesterday's high? I don't know. I might take that trade. We'll see. See what the market does. So chat, are you guys thinking, are you going to hop in longs today? Type L, short, type S, and no trades. Type N in chat. Let us know.
Let's see.
Trading, I see some comments about trading at all-time highs, and it is a little bit different. One of the nice things is we've had a lot of that lately. We had it last year too, so you can go back and look how the market behaved before because history does tend to repeat itself.
Yeah, I am seeing lots of longs. Oh, Chris K says long, short, long, short. I can relate. Ross says all-time highs, just long, LOL.
Yeah, no, I mean, like if really the past like what is it, 2 years we've been trading all-time highs. So like this really isn't nothing I haven't seen before. I mean, you just kind of develop like Barbie said, history sometimes will repeat itself. So it usually always goes up further than you anticipate. So yeah, like I just use standard deviations, and a lot of times, a lot of my TPs, I may not have like long-term targets. If I do, I have to base them off of like standard deviations. But if like intraday targets, they can just be like previous session highs. So like if I'm trading New York and like it pulled back during London, and London is also the all-time high, I can just target London. You know what I mean? Like that'd be like a 2 or 3 hour trade. Like I don't really care that it's trading at all-time highs or not.
So like looking at previous levels, it sounds like it's
yeah.
what
So like
helps you.
maybe like if, for example, let's say we sold off from here, and we were technically still trading around all-time highs. Like I would just use this to try to get long, and this would be the target right here. Like that's all you would really need. Like, I don't need a freaking a $2,000 price target above me in order to take a trade. Like I didn't need that yesterday. I only need 122 points on NQ, so that's just kind of all I need. But
I have noticed that the both of you definitely share with us like the sense of kind of the expectation of the range of what the day might be. Like when I hear the both of you analyze the charts and kind of look at like price movement from day to day, hourly, the 5-minute chart, it's like you both have this experience, this sense of we're not going to go like 3,000 points today kind of thing. And it sounds like that's just based from experience.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like there was I think it was a couple Fridays ago where we just kept dumping right at open. I don't know if you remember that, and people were trying to get short. I took a short on an eval, and it was kind of crazy. Like, but we didn't see that coming. It was a huge drop. I think it was. Oh yeah, it was right here. It was Friday, August 1st. I mean, this was a 351, 500 point drop. Like, and it was right at open too. So majority of it was, some of it was overnight, and then a lot of it, the other half was at open. So, just kind of, you just gotta kind of take what the candles give you, candle by candle. I really don't try to overthink this. Like, I'm not very smart. I'm not very smart, guys. Like,
well, if you overthink it, it just leads you. I mean, that's where we get into analysis paralysis and overtrading and all of the bad habits. So even if you have genius information, you want to simplify it in order to be able to execute. We can't do everything at once.
I love that. Even if you have genius information, you have to simplify it. 2 minutes until the market's going to open. And we are pushing the overnight highs in NASDAQ. ES is also pushing overnight highs. Bulls are large and in charge.
I have the electrician at my door, so I'll be back in like 3 minutes. So sorry.
Okay.
I guess Nick's got to get charged too sometimes.
I get charged up, man. Hopefully I can get back before open.
It's a race. He's got just over a minute. So Terry, are you in a trade?
No, I am not. This is no trade. I did take some trades earlier. It was nothing burgers. Nothing exciting. Oh, this is my hourly chart. Here we go. 5 minutes. Is Hunter here to help us with the countdown? Hunter, are you in the house?
Terry, there's like 45 seconds left. Do you want to do it?
You do it. I don't have the thing up.
Oh, I'm not starting at 45 seconds. That was a joke.
From 10. From 9. All right, let's go, kid. Honey Dev. Everyone, be good today. Myself included. We'll be good together.
The electrician on stream.
We do. That'd be fun. Countdown. Let's go.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Market is open. NASDAQ is pushing down a little bit. First candle looks like it's red. I'm actually going to hop in 5 contracts of micros. I'm going to put my stop above the high of day. We'll see what happens. This is an eval. Looking for a gap fill, at least a partial gap fill. And it might just blow me out of the water, and that's okay. The stop is at 24,052. This is so whenever I hop in 5 micros, it's like easy math for me because it's just like times 10. Okay, market is pushing lower. First candle is red so far. NASDAQ is green by about 93 points. ES is green by about 17 points. Let's go. Let's see what the market will bring us today. It is shaking out.
I'm
I
looking to see if it kind of like wants to take a breath today or keep going on. So that's why I'm gonna hold back and see kind of what the
wait.
vibes are. Let things set in a little bit.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
What'd I miss?
Not too much. Market opened and it is just hovering red a little bit, just trying to figure out what it wants to do.
Let's see here.
Yeah, Barbie was saying it might take a breath, waiting to see what the vibes are. Oh, yep, I'm stopped out. No big deal. So now I am going to wait. The vibes so far are bulls are large and in charge. That first candle is pushing green. It did take out the overnight highs.
Let's see here. I missed the code drop. Dang it. Don't we have another code dropping at 10 with Lumi when she comes on?
We did a code drop?
I didn't see a code drop.
I think he was just messing with me.
They're trolling you.
He was trolling me, man. How you doing me like that?
NASDAQ is green by 120 points now. The auction is moving higher. High of day is 24,063. Just pushed a little bit higher, 24,063.25. Are the bulls going to want to pay up even more?
Let's see here.
It's pretty pushy.
Mm.
We still got 6,500 up there.
Chat, will we see 25,000 by the end of the week? Is this possible?
Nah, I mean, I think if we could see that 24,205 conservative, like that's that 2.5 standard deviation target I had marked off. So I'll say that don't be surprised if this thing just wants to shoot, like, right, once it runs these all-time highs like it did, just just shoot higher.
Yeah, there's that expression, don't short markets at all-time highs. Ashtray says, now we're at 24K. This is very impressive. Bulls are holding this high so far.
So, 3074. So the gaps here aren't. I'm still watching the EU. We have this gap right here. You can trade Euro futures if you guys don't know. 6E on like Tradeovate or whatever. Watch out for that. If we get a move here to the upside, I'll look at that. The only problem is it ran this high inside of this daily gap, bearish gap. So it really needs to start pushing higher. I don't want to see it chop because that will be a sign to me that it maybe wants to go lower. So we'll see what happens.
Not a huge range yet so far with this open. Less than 10 points on the ES. Not super impressive.
Yeah, I'm mainly just gonna probably do some between evals today, or probably pass a couple of them, if anything.
Yeah, I don't want to screw up the money that I have coming from yesterday.
Yeah, no, me either, man. Me
I was
either.
just making out of my swings all good here. So
I am not in a trade currently. I think Barbie or Terry was in one earlier, but I'm not in one right now.
I don't like shorting all-time highs. It's against my religion.
Oh, it definitely is. It definitely is like sketchy, going against the trend, especially off of like the hourly chart, and just like looking at the daily. Like I cannot imagine just looking at the daily chart and see, okay, we ran all time highs, and like the first sign of like weakness from that high, just start shorting it. I just can't imagine people doing that. Like, it just blows my mind. Oh no, I walked right into that one, huh?
So I am going to take the orb if it breaks on the short side, the 5-minute orb.
Well, that's different. That's an orb trade. That's
It's
not
like
like,
quick.
oh, we ran
Yeah.
all-time highs, let's short it. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that thought process is a little, sometimes it works.
Sometimes
I'm
it
also like,
does, but
It's just
sometimes
like,
you get ran over.
Jake
yeah, that
says
what
he's
comes
missing
up
his
must
name.
come.
Jake says he's missing his name on your shirt.
Oh, I know. I can't. It's in the wash, man. You don't want to be stinky. I think some people do kind of operate under this what goes up must come down. And that's I mean, sometimes if you just look at a daily chart, like stonks only go up in general, right? Like daily chart is up, up, up.
Oh gosh, yeah.
That's their daily.
Daily.
So that's why you can't always just say what goes up must come down, because where are you going to say that? Here? Okay, it went down a little bit. We're way up here now. So careful with that mentality.
Yeah, and we just never know how euphoric people can be. We never know, like, people can keep buying a lot farther than we think it should go. That's for sure.
Someone was asking about the orb trade, and Terry, I don't know how you trade it, but I don't change my rules around the all-time highs because my back testing, like I said, I don't care what happened in 1987. I care a lot more what's happened this year and last year. And we've been at all-time highs basically the whole time. So what I'm back testing with is a lot of days that are pushing all-time highs.
Yeah, you're very systematic about it, which is great, and it's cool to see. The 5-minute orb, I just use discretion with it. So the reason why I'm thinking I'll take it on the short side is because we gapped up, and if it can break this low, okay, so this is the discretion, like this is the thinking behind it, like the context of like why I would even want to attempt this trade. So if we break this low, because we gapped up, it goes with the idea of like a gap fill. And then also VWAP is down here. We're pretty extended past VWAP. So that is the discretion of like why I'm interested in this trade.
Yeah, that's different. That has a lot more context. I mean, people sometimes are licking their chops when it runs all-time highs, thinking you can just get like the short of the century.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the bubble's going to burst or something, but the bubble, there's a lot behind the market.
Going off, like they're going to
Yep.
start coming for your money, and Bitcoin's going to go zero.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's not a zero yet, Nick?
No, it's Bitcoin is at 124.90. It's up in the past 5 days, 3%.
So kind of the opposite of going to zero.
Yeah, the opposite, exactly. Forgot who said it was going to zero. Who? I wonder who that was.
Don't know who that was.
Yeah, there are like perma bears who are constantly like, oh, this market is valued too high. But the problem is that some of them are right sometimes, but many times I think they're wrong. Like
If you say the market's going to go down enough, eventually you'll be right. Like,
yeah, but you might be completely broke by the time that happens, because the markets can just keep pumping higher, a lot higher than our accounts can handle.
he's talking. Somebody else called him out. Being right is better than being broke.
Uh,
Oh, Mr. Delusional said
How
that.
that works.
Being right
Yeah.
is better than being broke.
It is important to point out the screen name on that one.
Good morning, Emma.
oh, man.
So we're just all kind of waiting.
So did you get a bunch of DMs yesterday from all the Jakes and that follow you and be like, oh, thanks for having me on your shirt?
No, I had a disappointing number of Jakes respond, but I did have some funny comments. A lot of LOLs, which it was supposed to be fun, so we had fun together.
Didn't you have like a record day yesterday?
Well, for this month. But
yeah.
Yeah.
It was a lucky shirt.
We'll have to wear it again.
Did you catch a long yesterday?
A few, yeah.
Okay.
I was longing it up.
Good stuff. Yeah. No, yeah, no, I just couldn't. Even when we were selling, like if you look at the hourly from yesterday, let me just kind of the hourly from yesterday.
I started longing at CPI, so that's why I had a really good day yesterday.
Okay. Like even when this candle came through at 9 o'clock after and it retraced almost the whole move, I was still pretty bullish. Like I couldn't believe that we would go below here and just leave those all-time relative equal highs, all-time highs up there. And if you look at the hourly on ES, that actually left a decent sized gap and a good pullback. So and then the 10 o'clock candle came into it, made a move into the 1 hour fair value gap, and from there we got to move higher. So and as you can see at 10 o'clock, it ran this high, and NQ, like I was saying earlier, did not run this high at 10 o'clock. So that was definitely, that was a great example of taking the weaker pair, but since the higher time frame draw was closer on NQ, that's why I took it on NQ. So, and the risk to reward just wasn't there on ES for me because it didn't sell off as much. But I knew I don't know for a fact, but I was very, 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 very confident we were going all-time highs yesterday. So there's not a whole lot of days. I think I tweeted out a couple of days ago, like there's 22 trading days in a month, and like there's only like 5 or 6 where I know like with 90% confidence that the market is going higher or lower. And that's all you really need, right? Like today, I don't know. Could go higher, could go lower. I couldn't tell you.
Sometimes the market just has to digest things a little bit too, which can kind of be either choppy or a drift. So right now it's kind of leaning. Well, ES, I'm watching ES is drifting. Nasdaq's chopping. So yeah, y'all are focused on the Nasdaq chart. It's not been as exciting. ES is still pushing.
Yeah, all green on ES so far.
I don't like taking big trades when they're not synced up, but there's still some strength here.
Mm-hmm.
You say you don't like taking big trades? I thought you liked big trades.
I like big trades when the markets are synced up. They ended up syncing up yesterday. They were synced up before CPI, and then after some other moves, they synced back up. So my orb bot hit on the 15-minute. We'll see if that one goes.
With the ES, Barbie? Yeah.
Mm.
So my orb might get hit on the short side on NQ. Ooh. I don't like that. But the 15-minute orb on NQ would also get hit on the downside too. Like my entry would be the same as the 15-minute orb. I do like that.
I do. I like big trades, and I cannot lie. I 100% agree with that. Any important promo, like 50% off. So I think at 10 o'clock, from 10 o'clock to 10:30, there is a sale dropping from there, from 10 to 10:30.
Yeah, when Lumi's
So
on
you
with
guys have
us.
to remember that. It's only for, I think, 30 minutes.
It is 15% off resets right now. Use code YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Are we going to get tagged in?
Oh. Wow.
Okay, so this low is 24,028.75. Okay, so this candle already made a new low, New York low, barely. But
Yeah, they're kind of out of sync at the moment. You got NQ going lower, ES going higher. So
Don't like it.
Yeah, kind of toxic X behavior, like
It is, but you know what I've noticed is
she's very good. She's cool to hang out with. You guys have some fun. You like, my fun of TV and chill, and then like the next day she's
my observation has been though, like we're toxic ex-girlfriend we're toxic girlfriend in the morning, like at open.
Yeah.
And then it chills out a little bit, and I've been able to get better trades later in the morning when it's doing this. Just like a little observation.
Nick's got a lot of trauma. I got so much trauma, bro.
Trauma. If you've been trading, you don't even have to have relationship trauma. You've got relationship trauma with the market. So. Exactly.
I do have trauma. It's called trading. It's called Trump tweeting in the middle of an A+ setup and just getting, whacked like a little. Well, yeah, getting whacked. How about that?
I want to see what you're getting whacked like.
No, I'm good.
What were you gonna say?
I don't need email from compliance. Let's see here.
Raphael says, "Don't remind me of yesterday, please."
Corey, the phone trader, summed it up perfectly. She's having a hot girl summer, and then later in the year she'll want cuffing season. Yeah, that's facts.
Probably, yeah. But I mean, the August market can be kind of weird. Seasonally, it's flat to slightly down, but we've got Trump, so we've got the wild card. I mean, we'll see.
Let me see. Yeah,
look at that divergence.
I'll paste this on here. So this is the NASDAQ, and here is ES. So these are like the past. Well, this is from 2021. So, this is, man, we've had Discord for a while. So this is seasonalities chart. If you look at August is always like this for the past 25 years, and I feel like even 2022 it was like this too. So August tends to consolidate 15-year pattern, 25-year pattern, and then the 5-year pattern. So that in there, and then if you look at NQ, sort of the same thing here. So doesn't mean you can't trade, right? Like I'm not saying, oh, August consolidates, go on vacation, like actually D says, excuse me. So consolidated here on NQ, and then as the fall months start, that's when you really start to see a trend, right? So that's why I'm pretty excited for the fall. And I actually, this year I think was kind of a I have to go back and look at January, February, like the first quarter. I actually had a very good start to the year, and then like this middle area right here kind of screwed me up. But what screwed me up is it was just very hard to navigate with everything going on with the tariff news and things like that, volatility. So yeah, no, September should be pretty good. It usually is. I usually have a pretty good September, but yeah, that's seasonalities charts for so I look at those like once a month, just kind of see where we're at. but August is definitely a consolidated month. But so far, it's been trending. So maybe if we're going to see that consolidation now, it's the middle of the month. Maybe we do run this high and we start to come back in here and start to chop around before pushing higher in September. But those are just tools, right? You can't just be like, okay, well, looks like on this chart, the middle of August, we start to pop. So like now, like this is a good time to start, getting calls. You still need to wait for confirmation on the actual chart. But like anything else, these are just tools and can't blindly follow one thing.
Thanks, Nick, for showing that to us.
Yeah, of course.
It's just barcoding, you guys. NQ so far within this 5-minute opening range candle. And ES is keeps pushing higher. Look at ES, beautiful green candles. Still has power. ES is fully charged today.
ES is Bay, always Bay. I did kind of hop in some long scalps here too. Okay, well, I just got out of the NASDAQ one. Just a little scalpy poo. Someone asked about the orb trade. I am still in that. I ran out of charts. Okay, there's that one. Always need more screens and more charts. Send more screens, more charts.
Oh, Barbie. I know.
What,
nice trade there.
It's pumping.
That's the ES one.
Yeah, I mean, you did take the stronger one for sure.
Yeah, I took a little scalp on NASDAQ. I'll show you what I was looking at. I was looking at this little pattern. See how NASDAQ was moving down and ES was pushing the whole time? So I bought in this 5-minute candle and then just a quick little scalp when we got the pop back up. That one I did not get on the screen fast enough.
Not saying you do this, but like, whenever I hear people say, "Oh, I took a little scalp," means I took a little gamble. You know what I mean? Like I just slap. That's
not what I mean. That means I went super fast. So.
Yeah.
I did have this one from long ago too. This is in a different account. This one, like I didn't have much to show because it already took profit. So this is just like a runner. That's a wild runner too. We'll put that like. Oh wait, I already took profit at 6,500. Holy cow, y'all! I'm just gonna leave that. We're just gonna party on this account.
W, let's go.
Dang,
but yeah, y'all were watching this orb trade here. I need more screens, more charts, more trades.
Yeah, you'll be more profitable if you do that.
Well, what I do, in Ninja Trader, you have when you do using Chart Trader, you have an account per chart basically, and so the more charts you have open, the more accounts you can trade. And I've been limiting myself to 3 actually, because I have the trade that I share with y'all, and then it's not been working. I keep swapping out. I need to add another one.
Yeah, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm gonna do a little exercise here before I head out. On a scale of 1 to 10, how emotional are you right now in that trade? Like 10 being like oh my god, like and then 1 being like I could give I could care less.
I'm pretty much at a 1. So these are pretty small trades compared to what I was doing yesterday, and I've got this automated one is good, and then this other one, because I've already moved it to profits, like I don't care.
Yeah,
I'll either get a little or a lot. I'm good with either.
You're at 6.9.
6.9?
Of my stress level. The scalp I was a little bit more stressed with, just because like I mean you're trading those a little bit differently. My bracket's different and I have to engage with it more. So like this trade, this will actually trail itself because I'm using a Ninja Trader bracket that's set up to trail. And then this one's an automation. So I think some people look at it as like, if you program an auto trader, it makes your whole life easy because all of the trades are just done. And I don't think that is very reasonable. That's actually a really hard goal to achieve. But if you set up little automations that just automate little things for you, like trailing stops and things, it makes life a lot easier. Because
yeah, it does. Yeah, I do OCO orders. Like on the trade I had yesterday, I had like an OCO, which if you guys don't know OCO, just like 1 closes the other. So like if my TP hits, the stop loss will close out. You know, I don't have to worry about it hitting TP and then like there's a big sell off comes down and tags me in a short all of a sudden. So yeah, no, I asked that scale 1 to 10, like how emotional are you in the trade? Because like all of my Discord was in the trade that I was in yesterday, and I was like, just for curiosity, like what are you like on a scale 1 to 10? Like we had a lot of people like 3, 5, 4. You know, I personally was like a 1. Like, I could just care less what happened. But that's just like being experience in the markets. But we did have some people like 8, 9, or 10, and I'm like, okay, like you should probably size down on the next trade. And it's usually only, I found out, like when you're too emotional in a trade, it's really only like 1 or 2 or 1 or 3 things. Like the first one's like you're just pretty new to the market, and you just don't know what you're doing. And then 2, you're new to like whatever trading strategy that you are trading, so you don't know like the ins and outs of it. You haven't back tested, seen enough of it. Or 3, you're just completely oversized. And I think that every single person said like that was over an 8 or in the high numbers, they were like oversized. So like it never like I said, there's never been a problem in trading that hasn't been solved. So it's just a matter of, can you like kind of die to your ego on that and swallow your pride and be okay, I sized too heavy on this, let me just cut down some contracts. I won't make as much, but you won't have those like ups and downs, like those roller coaster emotions of trading, and you don't really want that for sure. So that's one thing to ask yourself, like maybe in your journal, how emotional was I in this trade on scale 1 to 10, and just see where you're at. I guarantee you, the more trades are like your A+ setup, the lower that number will be.
Yeah, I like that. It's almost like looking for clues, and your emotions, like if it's heightened, is a clue that your size too big.
Yeah, it's just good traders listen to like their emotions and they listen to themselves. That's why it's important to journal. Like people that don't make it, I feel like just kind of just like wing it or yellow it. MyFunded TV and chill type shit.
I like that analogy.
Yeah, MyFunded TV and chill. Come
Yeah,
chill with
no,
us.
maybe you can get a shirt like that, Barbie.
MyFunded TV and chill. I like that.
And then just have some faces on there. Put your eggplants and your bananas on there.
I am tagged in on the 5-minute orb on the short side, so we'll see if it hits TP or stop loss, one or the other. The TP is set at 24,000. I can't believe I'm saying that. 24,001.25. It's just about a 1-to-1. Eyeballing it. So Lumi is going to be on in about 2 minutes. She's ICT concepts trader, like you, Nick.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know how Mike was working on that. Yeah. Yeah. No, I've been following her for a good bit. Yeah, she's good for sure. Not a whole lot of female. Well, I know I'm surrounded by females. At least an hour a day. So this will be a little girls' night or girls' morning out or whatever, right?
Yeah. Kirk says Lumi for life. Magnus was on yesterday, and Magnus was like, when it's just Terry and Bull Barbie, things get out of hand sometimes. When it's just the girls, like Magnus was giving you like a high five for being on with us.
I like to have fun, so I have a lot of fun with it. But yeah, I'll go ahead and head out here so everyone can take advantage of the full 30 minutes of that sale and everything. So I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. I'm not really watching much today on indices. Good day yesterday, so
well, enjoy your day, Nick.
Huh?
Enjoy your day then.
Oh yeah, you too. Tell Jake I said hello.
He's in chat.
Oh, I'll tell him. Y'all take it easy.
Bye, Nick. Thanks.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow. Everyone, welcome Lumi to the show. Come on down, Lumi.
Hello guys. Just finished my stream.
I hear
How are you, everyone? Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So I was trading long from gold. Nice trade. I analyze the trade in my
Oh,
right
look,
now.
Lumi, there's a code drop.
So here's my trade. I took this MyFundedFutures account. Nice executions, nice entry. I stopped out at break-even. Painful.
Oh, shoot.
Okay.
Lumi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Yeah, the code just dropped in honor of you. 50 free resets. Let us know, chat, if you got one. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Everyone's been waiting to have you on the show with us. We're so excited to have you on. And so I'm sorry, I couldn't hear very well. You were saying you were
Our
in
music
a trade
was our banger was blasting.
it was.
Good.
And you said that you were in a trade and it got stopped out?
Yeah, break even.
Oh, very nice.
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Right, it's been that kind of morning.
Okay, guys, I don't really trade in Q recently. Like, not best performance based recently on NQ, but I did trade gold. So we analyzed this trade on my Steam like 5 minutes ago. So I tried mostly order blocks. So traded turtle soap. Used 3-minute order blocks as my entry. My target was first, I think I highlighted first key level. So basically first internal buy side. Still watching higher. I still would like to see slightly higher on gold to 3420s. So basically for value gap. But mostly aim for 2 hours. So let's see if we get another move higher. But honestly, don't see another opportunity to re-enter for me.
So you mostly trade gold?
Especially pre-market.
Okay. Oh, what made you kind of make the switch? Were you trading NQ before? I feel like a lot of our traders trade NQ, and then I'm seeing more and more people turn on to gold and trade gold.
Okay, I mean, like, everyone traded ES because ICT traded ES, then ICT switched traded in Q, everyone switched traded in Q. So NQ is nice, so it's my best friend, but recently, like, especially last 2 months, maybe I'm not in sync with market, like, not best performance on NQ, but I'm doing well on gold, sync trading, like, intraday trading. So I'm just trying to find assets where I see perfect setup. Like, I don't want to be, like, just with one NQ or ES. So doing well. I'm just trying to, like, trade other assets like NQ, ES, gold, silver, CL, Euro, YM. Like, if I see like perfect setup on YM, okay, I'm going to like leave NQ. Oh, let's trade YM. Same on gold. Gold, what are you doing with me? Okay.
Yeah. Can you tell us more about order blocks? There might be some people listening who aren't familiar with order blocks. I heard you say you mainly trade order blocks.
Okay, guys, I see we have problem with my mic probably or not.
A little bit. You do sound farther away. I'm wondering if maybe the mic might be
Let me check my settings because seems gold. What are you doing? It's okay on my side. Strange.
Oh, very strange. We can still hear you. It just sounds like you're far away.
Oh, by the way, let me make it maybe louder. What about right now? Maybe
Yeah. It almost sounds like it's audio coming from your computer, maybe like mic picking up from your computer versus your actual mic. I don't know. It just kind of sounds like that. That's happened to me before. But we can still hear you though, so that's great. Yeah, chat.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was asking about the order blocks. And
okay.
is that your main strategy? Is the order blocks?
Yeah, I don't trade any other. PDRs. I don't trade for value gaps. I trade on the order blocks. So pretty much straightforward. I trade potential sweeps. Okay. And I do trade order block to confirm its potential sweep. I just explained this on my Steam. I'm going to explain again my model. Like it's like classic model. I guess lots of people trade this. Okay, I trade high time frame levels and I do look for reaction on lower time frame. So basically, to confirm a high time frame level, I need to have lower time frame structure. I guess it's like classic setups. So at this point, I don't really use daily chart and 4 chart. I don't trade 1 minute chart. I do trade hourly and 30-minute charts. So basically, idea of my trades is wait for potential sweep, and this sweep must be a reaction from high time frame level. For example, today we got, why I was looking for long on gold. So we got reaction from 4-hour fair value order block and exactly the same reaction from hourly OB. So I deleted it, but I'm going to draw again. So as you can see, we got solid reaction from hourly OB, same exact reaction from 4-hour OB, but I cannot, blend the enter long. So I need to get some sort of reaction to trade this. So reaction can be like smart money reversal to trade lower time frame market maker model or potential sweep. But potential sweep, like we call it turtle soup, like classic turtle soup. The turtle soup must be confirmed by lower time frame structures. This is where I use my time frame alignment chart. So basically, if I want to trade potential sweep on hourly, I need to have 5-minute OB to confirm the sweep. If I want to trade potential sweep on 30-minute chart, I need to have 3-minute OB. So idea of my entry was, yes, we just hit hourly order block. Let me type this. And I was waiting for either smart money reversal or potential sweep. So it was potential sweep on 30-minute chart over here. So why I call this potential? Because we cannot know for sure if it's going to be a potential sweep or just continuation lower. So over here, right? So, but I can confirm the start also by 3-minute order block since the 30-minute chart. And yes, we got the closure above this down close candle, right? So I entered as open of next candle, put my stop loss at swing low, and I was aiming for 2R and, as I said before, 4-hour fair value gap. Here's my executions, but once again, maybe I did like not best over here. Execution was nice, but so I entered right at the open of next candle. As you can see, it was in real time it looked nice to move at break even. Right now it doesn't look nice. Anyway, idea was 3-minute order block and aim for opposite PD ray, bearish PD ray, like liquidity levels over here and 4-hour fair value gap. That's it.
Thanks, Lumi. Chat, everyone, drop questions in chat for Lumi.
I covered this model on YouTube channel, by the way.
Yes, if you're not already subscribed, go head over to Lumi Traders and subscribe to Lumi's channel. Yeah, I follow you on X, and I saw one of your posts. It said like one model, like I trade one model, execute it well, and that's it. That's all you need.
Yeah, it was, it's model pretty classic. You can trade this on Forex, on Krypton, and QES, or like any asset. So pretty much straightforward.
What was your trading journey like? Like how did you make that route to being able to pick that one strategy? Because I know a lot of traders listening and watching have a hard time and are in that phase of their trading career where they're looking for that one strategy to stick with.
I started with small caps. I believe everyone started with small caps. It was hard for me because maybe it's something wrong with me, but it was hard for me to wake up and look for like scanner to find any stocks to trade. I need to trade. It was hard for me. Like nothing worked. And I was about to give up like at all because I said to my husband, like, trading is not for me. And he said, like, try ICT. And, transition from small caps to ICT was like, it was hard. Like, what are you talking about? I was trying to watch first video was, what is this? What this means? It was hard for me. As I watched that, it was hard initially, especially transition from like classic bull flags to stuff like fair value gap. It was hard. But I decided, like, okay, if anyone can do this, I can try it as well. So I had like a newborn at the time, my second son, and he didn't sleep well during the night. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to sleep at all. I like was watching videos on my phone while I was playing with my son during the night. Yeah, hard, especially like it was hard to find profitability maybe for 2 years. But here it is. So here. Trade ICT still for almost 4 years already. So I love it. So I'm just trying to, like everyone thinks like ICT doesn't work because they consider like ICT as a strategy, but ICT is not strategy. It's a concept. and you need to build your own strategy around this concept. So I'm just trying to keep this simple, to trade just one PD ray and one high time frame level. For example, I don't trade like breaker blocks or mitigation blocks or rejection blocks or like volume balances. I don't really need this. I'm just trying to trade order block and high time frame fair value gap. Old high, old lows. That's it. So if I see the reaction from high time frame order block, we got sweep of high time frame liquidity level, fair value gap. I'm just trying to switch on lower time frame to find smart money reversal, to trade like order blocks. That's it. So my entry at the first stage of market maker model, second stage is the same always. I trade order blocks there. So trying to keep this simple, because if I just want to keep in mind like I need to trade different models every single time, like if it's like I know like it's second stage, you need to trade like unicorn or something like this. Like it's hard for me to keep everything in mind. I was just trying to find something that's easy to understand for me and pretty much straightforward. If this, then this. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I really liked what you said about the concepts, like the ICT concepts. It's not a strategy in of itself. Like I heard you say you have to build a strategy around like a concept, whatever that might be for you. Like maybe it's bull flags, or maybe it's fair value gaps or order blocks, but it's really building that strategy, like the actual trading strategy around it, like with your risk reward and all and sizing.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just trying to keep this simple, and I'm humble. I don't want to trade minions, because like I stream on YouTube, or I like have lots of people on Twitter, so I need to show like huge numbers. So I'm just trying to keep this like realistic. I trade micros. I don't want to hide this. I trade 3, 5, 7 micros every single day. So if it's like big stop loss, it's okay for me to trade 2 micros. I don't see the problem with this. If it's like small stop loss, I'm going to increase the size. So I remember someone asked me on YouTube like a couple of weeks ago, why you trade micros? I was like, what's wrong with this? Because I don't want to blow my account. I still like keep my accounts alive for a long time. So
Ash Trades just asked you trade on a cash account. That's awesome. Yeah, Ash Trades also trades ICT concepts.
Yeah, I know. Nice guy, by the way.
Yeah, we have the best. Same with Nick.
Yeah. I mean, lots of people hate ICT concept, but I see absolutely nothing wrong with this. If it works for you, trade this. If it doesn't work for you, find that works for you. So what's the problem? I don't see the problem.
Yes, exactly. I love how we have traders from all different backgrounds, and then also trading all different strategies, and everyone figures out a way to make it work for them, like whatever that strategy may be. Yeah, there's not one size fits all, that's for sure.
Yeah. So just recommend you guys, like lots of complaints about NQ price action recently. Just don't trade NQ if it's hard for you. Like lots of different assets, candlesticks are the same everywhere. It's everywhere the same. So
I think I had a good takeaway that like when you mentioned switching to gold because it's making more sense to you right now. I like that. I don't think that we should, if we're struggling with a particular asset, instead of banging our head against the wall with it every day, it's okay to look around and see what other assets are available. The indexes aren't everything.
Yeah, exactly. I prepare pre-market plan. If I see absolutely nothing in queue, and if someone told me like this 1 year ago, I would say, I'm not going to trade at all. Like, I'm just going to sit on my hands. But in reality, okay, if NQ doesn't have any setup, what's the problem to switch to other asset like CL, gold, like millions other assets? Even like Forex Pay right now, trade like we have futures to trade them. Nothing wrong with this.
So don't beat ourselves on the head and keep trying to do the hard way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Your story is so inspiring. I heard you say like you started in small caps and you were like ready to quit trading. You're just like, this isn't for me. And then you gave ICT concepts a try and it really gelled with you. And it sounds like that was difficult initially to learn. Like you were kind of like, what is this? And you just kept at it. And here you are, a profitable trader. You have a booming YouTube business. You're helping traders every single day. It's so inspiring.
Yeah, it was hard for me. I like if someone told me like you want to repeat this experience again, I would say no.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So it was rough. It was hard. Share a little bit more with us about the difficulties of becoming a developing or being a developing trader.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I happy decided to just switch to trading gold because really like May, April was extremely hard for me on NQ, and I was like, what I'm doing wrong. But in reality, just it's hard for me to trade trend days. Hard
Mhm.
to engage in these trend days. I guess lots of traders like me, so I'm not alone because as ICT traders, we always, let's be honest, we're always looking for reversal. And trend days, not for everyone, but for me personally, it's hard. And I was like, okay, if it's trend day, let me just switch to like look at different markets. Like once again, candlesticks are the same everywhere. So setup will be the same. Reaction from height or from level will be the same. So I'm
Yeah.
happy. Yeah.
I'm the same way, Lumi. Trend days are very hard for me. I'll get ran over often because I do like those reversals.
Yeah, exactly. For example, yesterday I was trying to trade like first rule, guys. You probably know this, but we still are making same mistakes. Never short all-time high. I took loss yesterday because I was like, A plus setup and then Q, let's short all-time high. Never do this.
Yeah.
First
It's
rule in
so
trading, never.
tempting. It's so tempting. Like it's like a shiny object
Yeah.
telling us, come short me.
So okay, I mean like loss yesterday, small profit today. We'll try again later today. So let's see how it goes.
Let's see. Strong Penguin says NQ is killing me. Maybe
What's
try
wrong with it? Let's check.
gold. Strong Penguin.
Wow. We got empty model by the way for short. I also share this on my YouTube. Let's see. Yeah, by the way, who follow me? Who traded the short? Nice by
Let's
the way short
go.
from 2 minute order block as you can see. So we just opened above 9 a.m. open. It's like formation of hourly power of day of this candle. We traded above 9 a.m. open. We got 2 minute OP short for 2 hour. Nice. But I wasn't
Very.
long trade on gold, so I don't trade other assets at the same time.
Let's go.
By the way, I'm still holding long on my personal account on gold. Let's see how it
Oh,
goes. Yeah, I ended
very
yesterday.
nice.
Yeah, I
Oh,
ended yesterday.
so you do swing trade also?
Yeah, recently, especially last 2 weeks. My entry was, let me see, over here. Still holding this trade. Let's see how it goes. My target at 24.20, I remember this. It was close. Let's see if I'm going to get my profit today.
Very
Still
nice. Yeah.
holding.
Bull Barbie swings trades too.
And Q?
I swing trade all kinds of things.
Okay. It's hard for me to like swing stocks for some reason.
I do a
I
lot
don't
of
know why.
options.
Options, okay, yeah. I have some options as well, like Chinese stocks. Still believe in them.
Burke is in the house. What up, Burke?
Hello, hello.
Burke is always cooking and backstage for us, guys.
Oh, you
So,
hit 20K, guys. Congratulations. I just noticed this.
oh, what's that, Lumi?
20K subscribers on YouTube. You're fast.
Yes. Yes, awesome. Thank you. You were on the show early on, right? When the channel first started?
Yeah, like 5,000 people maybe on channel.
Amazing. So over like 400%. That's so cool. So share with us a little bit about your experience with growing your trading business and what has that been like with helping traders every day? And because your channel's really growing, your social medias are growing, and people absolutely love you. I'm always curious about like what has that journey been like for you?
Okay, I would say everything started not from trading. When I moved to US like 9 years ago, I'm from Belarus, by the way. Um, I was initially I was playing basketball for 12 years. I was playing in Belarus in high league basketball. Yeah, I'm not high. I'm not tall, by the way. But still, I played for 12 years. And I was like, I still would like to play basketball. When I moved to US, I moved to Florida, and I decided to start teaching kids, like 3, 5, 6-year-old kids. And I remember my parents told me, like, it's nice how you teach them. Like, I was like, yeah. And initially, I was trying to teach math classes for small kids as well. And everyone said, like, oh, you're doing this nice, like a teacher. And I do like this. And I didn't have plans when I started trading to teach someone, because, like, trading, Dasha, teach someone? Like,
Mhm.
no. But I remember someone asked me the question. It was a simple question, like, what is unicorn or something like this? And in my opinion, they just like made simple explanation to understand this, and like lots of likes under this post said, like, oh, like, I open an explanation. And maybe it was like, it pushed me to start like explain stuff more. I guess it was the reason. But yeah, I love to teach. Like, I love to explain the stuff. I like to find like simple explanation to explain the hard stuff, or like, like, just love it.
Yeah, it sounds.
Experience from basketball to teach small kids, like 3, 5, 6 years old. Yeah.
Yeah, Lumi, oftentimes I feel like a 5-year-old in the markets.
Oh, you're not alone. Don't worry about this.
It's so cool how like all your experiences in the past kind of all lined up for this career path of yours, and it sounds like teaching is very rewarding for you.
Yeah, I love it. I'm just trying to find simple explanations that, for example, like lots of people told me, like, Dasha, explain this like I am 5 years old. And like, okay, let's do this.
Yeah, you're like, I'm up for the challenge. Let me help you.
I have 2 kids, so I know how to do this.
Yeah, Barbie, you also love teaching.
Yep. Definitely what brought me to YouTube and kind of accidentally creating a community.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys just kind of fell into it, and then it just kept growing.
I've always just gone with the flow of it. I didn't set out to be a YouTuber. It just happened. It kind of sounds similar to Lumi.
I hope I figure out the problem with my mic. What about right now?
Ooh, yeah, the sound quality sounds
Yes,
good.
no,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
Sorry,
you got
guys,
it.
about this. I'm so sorry, guys, about this. I feel like I'm not right now.
Yeah, you're a lot louder now. No, I can hear you.
I'm
All
so sorry about
good.
it, guys.
Oh my gosh, it's just tech stuff. We just roll with it, right? Okay, Mike G says power for girls. Let's go.
Yeah,
I wonder if this is a first. We have like all girl traders on today.
yeah, I
Amazing.
love it, by the way. Yeah, yeah, I love it.
Yeah, me
Sorry, guys,
too.
about this. I'm from Belarus. It's Russian accent, guys.
Belarus.
Yeah, next to Russia country. Yeah, it's
Um,
Russian accent. Yeah, lots of people ask me about my accent.
Questions for Lumi, guys? Drop it in chat. We have about only 6 minutes of our show left.
the Powerpuff Girls, huh?
Any questions, everyone?
Yeah.
Yes.
See if you got. Now you can pick Lumi's brain. You have permission. Let's go. Other than, is she single?
Yeah. Don't be shy. Don't be shy, guys. Guys and gals.
I really have like list of questions, the most common questions. Where from? How old are you? Are you married? Are you have kids? Like same questions every single day.
Yeah.
I used to this, yeah. Go for it, guys.
Oh, Voltron says, can you explain order flow?
He's kidding right now, so we are friends. He always asks the same question. No, I cannot explain order flow.
Let's see. Lumi, are you done for the day?
Let's see. I'm not sure yet. Hard to say. Like, let's see how it goes. Maybe lunch. Maybe
How many trades, like on average, would you say you take a day or a week?
1, 2, and like 4 or 5 trades a week.
Mm.
Yeah.
Limited. is a theme that I'm seeing time and time again with all our traders that come on here. It's not like 20 trades in a day.
Funny questions in the chat.
Oh, here's a good one. Lumi traders, how do you stay patient during NASDAQ's choppy phases, especially in the first hour?
Okay, I have I trying to journal my trades, and most of my losses taken chop in consolidation. And I guess the most common, my mistake, I guess the most common mistake is trying to trade what you want to see, but not what market trying to give you. For example, market is bullish, but I'm saying okay, I want to short. Why? Because I want to short. I want to see lower. And this is where I make mistakes, make losses. So I'm patient. I'm just trying to find the model, I'm waiting for a specific model. If it's presents this opportunity, I will go for it. Sometimes when it's nothing, but I still would like to trade something, I feel like it's time. No setup, but it's time to try this because why not to drop? And I'm doing losses. Hello.
Yeah. It's not waiting for your model, and then that gets you into trouble. Like you'll experience.
Yeah, that's me. So yeah, happens exactly. This happened yesterday with me. It's okay.
I love the transparency. Urza says, how do you manage risk management and FOMO?
I don't have FOMO, never. I mean, if I see setup, I miss this trade, I'm not going to enter. So maybe I'm lucky, but I never have FOMO. But yeah, it's hard to wait for setup, especially sometimes no setup at all. Oh, we have some issue with sound. I know, guys.
It's good right now. Now it's back.
Okay, that's strange. Need to figure this out somehow. Okay, so to guys about this.
We'll figure it out.
It's hard. You always have FOMO? No, I don't have FOMO at all. So I'm not trying. I have not lots of losses. So for the last 2 weeks, I took 3 losses trying to trade in Q, and it was small losses, like $200, $300. So it's not going to hurt my account anyway.
So and that's part of your risk management.
Yeah, I have daily loss limit. Like I set for myself, I don't want to risk more than $350 for the day, and I'm just trying to adjust my contract accordingly. So especially this month, kind of choppy, so I don't want to trade lots of contracts. So just trying to reduce the risk.
And then do you rotate accounts or do you copy trade a bunch at the same time?
I do copy them.
J Buzz asks, how long have you been trading gold, and do you only trade New York session?
Okay, I trade gold. I was trying to trade gold in March this year. Then I stopped. April, May, didn't trade at all. Started again in June, July. So basically, total 3 months only. I trade pre-market mostly between 7 and 9 a.m. Traded today after market open, but mostly pre-market. Yeah, I am session almost never.
Okay. One last question from Raphael Trades. Lumi, how do you avoid tilt?
I talked about this yesterday on stream. It's really hard, especially let's say it was me, for example. This month on my MyFundedFutures account, I'm green. I didn't take any losses at all. And yesterday I got loss on MyFundedFutures. And it's hard to try to stay away from not recovering. So because every single time when you green, and you see red day, you want to recover. How is it possible to have red day if I was green before? It's hard, right? So hardest part for me is just okay, Dasha, just close platform. You can take a break for 1 hour and then come back. If you see another opportunity, try this. But no need to try to recover this. Because guys, let's be honest, when we're trying to recover, our setups is not based on any model. We don't have any bias. We have nothing. We simply long because why not? Seems like we got up close candle. Let's long this. Maybe short because we got some sort of displacement. So we don't want to wait for setup. We want to now recover, and that's it, without any setups, models, biases. So yeah, it's
Mhm.
hard.
Like just the impulse to click the button.
And I believe I'm not alone. I had this problem before, so I just close the platform. Like I turn off my computer for like at least 30 minutes, go out, just trying to relax, some break, and we'll try again later. If nothing, then nothing. So that's it.
Thank you, Lumi. Everyone, Abhishek just dropped Lumi's YouTube channel in chat. So make sure you go and subscribe if you haven't already.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lumi. Thank you so much for being on the show with us
Yeah,
today.
guys, thank you for inviting me. It was nice.
Yes, it was very nice. I hope you come back on again. And
Yeah.
last minute thoughts that you'd like to share with chat before you leave for the day?
Yeah, exactly what I said before. Guys, never try to recover your losses. It's better to take a break and come back with fresh mind. Once again, we always have tomorrow. That's it.
Thank you, Lumi.
Thank you, guys.
Have a great one. We'll see you soon.
Bye, guys. Thank you for watching.
Thank you. Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down, Ash.
Howdy.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing today?
Good. We had Lumi on. We had all girl traders on. That was so cool.
Yeah, Lumi, thanks for joining. That was great information. I really appreciate your time. Spend your morning with us.
Right? Yeah, it was good. I wish we had more time to ask her more questions. So hopefully in the future. But how's your morning going so far? Any trades?
It's going good. I did not take a trade because I took a withdrawal. So the live account just continues to keep climbing. Very happy about it. I am going to talk about the trade that occurred here this morning. But there's one thing that I don't do when it comes to withdrawals is trade while the withdrawal is being processed. I don't want to screw up any ability to have that withdrawal approved. So when a withdrawal is submitted, I'm hands off at that moment in time.
That's so cool. So this is another withdrawal after that 777 one. This is another one.
So I've actually had two withdrawals since that one. That 777 one occurred, and then I had a $1,700 withdrawal, and then this one is around $1,000 as well.
Holy crap! W chat, type in W for Ash. Man, we have the best traders on our show. Let's go.
One day at a time. We're just going to keep chipping away at it.
Yes.
I like how you're bringing up the different ways that you actually manage the prop firms too, because that is a separate skill that we have to add when we're trading props.
Yeah, so I actually just asked Lumi in chat if she was a prop trader or a cash account trader because I wanted to get into some of those topics too, because in my opinion, cash accounts are dealt with a little differently than prop accounts because of
absolutely
the leverage you get with the prop accounts. So some people kind of get confused there because they just think that you should be trading your model and sticking to your system instead of taking advantage of that leverage.
Right.
Ooh, this sounds really good. A preview to your stream, your show.
Yeah, so it sounds like, sorry if you guys want to hop out, but I was going to ask Barbie too. It sounds like you kind of take advantage of the leverage too. Is that something that you look into?
Yeah, I mean, my main account is my own self-funded account, and so I've added props to that, and part of that has been learning how to trade props differently than I trade my live funds, because I in my brain I was just going to copy everything to those accounts, but in practice that's not really the best use of it.
Right, because then you got, I mean, we don't talk about it much, or maybe you guys have, but you know, the maintenance and the margin required in a cash account is much different than the size we're allowed to use in these prop accounts. You know, you can go into these.
Well, I use a discount broker, so I have the same margin requirement. So $500 for an ES, $1,000 for a NASDAQ, unless I carry it overnight. But during the day, I have because since I use the same brokerage as the prop firms, I'm getting the same advantage. But I still trade it a little bit differently because I handle my withdrawals. You can withdraw whenever, and you don't have to play the numbers game quite so much, or it's a more simple numbers game to me. And so I've had to kind of adapt that to work. Because with prop firms, it's instead of adding money to one big account, you're managing multiple different accounts. And so you're spreading things out that way. It's just a little bit different.
Right. Very good.
Thank you so much. Ash, I am excited to listen to your segment because I did see on X you posted something that was like, are you churning and burning prop accounts, or are you developing the skills to actually trade successfully in a live account? Because it's different, because there are traders that burn and churn and they make a living at trading prop accounts. Like, to each his own, right? I'm not saying one is good or bad, but like, if you're really trying to develop the skills to be able to trade a live account, like, that's not going to work in a live account. Yeah.
Right, and that's kind of what I'm pointing to here. Like, you can run up the expenses, with props, as long as the withdrawals support that, support those expenses. But trying to do that in a cash account, you're gonna burn your cash account, and then you're gonna have nothing to work with. So you can churn and burn in a prop environment, but the moment you lose all your cash in a cash account, you got to come up with that money again to fund the cash account. So it's a little bit different in terms of prop versus cash.
Yes, it sucks to lose that cash account. So I'm gonna head out. Barbie, are you gonna head out too? And
Yep.
all right. Well, we're gonna pass the baton to you, Ash, and we will see you tomorrow.
Alrighty, hope you guys have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Very excited to get back on here with everybody. We have a couple different topics to talk about today, but just going to welcome everybody into my segment, and then we will get into the conversation. How's everybody doing today? Maybe my first question for everybody is it good morning or is it good day? Where are you at in the world? Is it the morning time for you, or is it the daytime for you? That's quite literally why I say good morning or good day, because I know we got a lot of countries in here, so it's not just the U.S. It might be nighttime for you. It might be morning for me. But for any of those people that do live in the future, maybe you should let me know which way NQ is moving before it moves, so we can all take advantage of it. No, that's not how that works. But just a quick little joke. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Good morning, good morning, good morning. My week is going very well. Thanks for asking. Like I was just talking with them, we got another withdrawal on the live account. The live account is going very well so far. We are going to continue to keep working and learning every single day, just chipping away at it one day at a time. Continue to keep compounding while taking partials along the way. And that was a question that I had for everybody. Let me ask you, let's talk about some management in terms of the account. When you build a prop account, when you get your MyFundedFutures account to a payout, are you going to instantly take the payout? Yes or no? And it's a two-part question. When you take the payout, are you going to take the entire payout, or are you going to leave some money in there as a buffer so that you can continue to keep trading afterwards? Which one are you going to choose? Because there's a huge difference that's going to occur after that withdrawal occurs, right? For example, if you're going to withdraw the entire amount of the balance that you have, then you're going to have no drawdown to work with after that withdrawal, right? So which game are you playing? And that's the question that Terry just asked me. Are you churning and burning, right? Are you getting into a prop account, getting it to a payout, taking the full payout, and then burning that account because you have no buffer left? Or are you getting a MyFundedFutures account, getting it to payout, and then are you leaving some buffer after that withdrawal so you can continue to keep trading? Which one works best for yourself? And I'm not sitting here saying one is better than the other, because this is a personal question. right? You might be good at churning and burning, or you might not have the expenses to use to churn and burn, right? When I say churn and burn, that means your expenses are very high because the account gets closed after you take that withdrawal. So you're going to have a lot of expenses. You're going to go through a lot of accounts for those payouts, right? Churning and burning accounts means you're going through accounts over and over and over and over. Does that work better for you? Or are you taking partial payouts so that you can keep trading after that payout? Which one fits better for yourself? And this is what matters. You knowing thyself, right? Just because I choose to take partial payouts and leave a buffer so I can continue to keep trading, that doesn't mean you should. That's just my own experience. From my own data, I've reviewed that that's how I best operate. So what matters is how you best operate. What matters is your own personal data. And you should be objective to your own data instead of trying to follow somebody else. Nobody else is going to click the buttons for you. Only you will click the buttons for yourself. So you have to understand thyself. All right, so let's go through the different examples, right? If you were to get a MyFundedFutures account, you get it to a payout, right? And then you take the entire payout and you have no cushion to use after that payout. It's more likely that you're going to burn that account and fail, right? You're going to hit the maximum drawdown after you take that withdrawal because there's barely any buffer to use after that withdrawal. Again, there's nothing wrong with that, but you have to understand you're going to have to use more expenses, right? You're going to have to go and buy another eval to continue to keep trading. So you have to ask yourself, do you have the expenses to be buying evals after evals after evals? You also have to ask yourself, do you want to go through the process of passing those evals, right? Because then you have to go back to the beginning and pass the eval again before you get into the funded account. So ask yourself, do you want to go through that process, or do you want to just take a partial payout so you can continue to keep trading afterwards? Okay. MyFundedFutures has a quick question. Accounts or resets? I think we'll leave this one up to chat. Let me be a person of chat. Let's help chat here. Chat, throw a comment in chat. Accounts or resets? What do you think? And in my opinion, I think it might help if you go share the stream with your friends, go share the stream on your socials, go share the stream in your Discord. I think it might help in terms of getting accounts or resets if you hit the sub button, if you smash the like button. It might help. It might help. So it does look like majority of people are saying accounts. We'll leave it up to the vote. Looks like it's kind of close so far. It's 60-40 so far. So let's see. Let's see. Let's leave it up to the vote, and we'll go from there. So go ahead and click on the poll that we just put in the chat. Accounts or resets? Obviously, A for accounts, R for resets. While you're at it, sub to the channel, like the video, and let's continue to keep having the conversation. In my opinion, I take partials, okay, and allow for there to be buffer after the withdrawal for the simple fact that I also have cash accounts, right? So the way that I'm training, the way that I'm working each day needs to be reflected across all of my accounts. I want to have the same abilities in my cash account, okay? So I'm working in the prop accounts the same way that I'm working in the cash account, right? If you had a cash account and you were to withdraw the entire balance of the cash account, then you would have to go in and fund the account again. You see what I'm saying? So in my opinion, I choose to take partials. I choose to leave a buffer afterwards. I also choose to take a withdrawal every time I'm available for a withdrawal. Okay. The money is not yours until it's in your bank account. Okay. You have to realize the dollar amount by withdrawing it, right? A profitable system is not just a profitable model. A profitable system is not just taking a winning trade. Okay. A profitable system is when your expenses are less than your income. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why my actions align with that. All right. You got to ask this question to yourself. You have to make these decisions for yourself because once again, this is a you versus you business. Okay. Now we can get through our assets. We can start to review what occurred this morning. We can go over some of our biases. We can talk about price action as well. We are just always going to have a risk management conversation. We are always going to talk about the different aspects of this business because this business is not just right here on this chart. You have to understand that this business is developed on the back end as well through your risk management, through the processes that you've set up for yourself, through the mental and emotional intelligence that we talk about. We have to go through all of these conversations. We cannot just talk about price action. All right, so let's take a look. I'm going to take a quick sip of my kombucha, and then we are going to go through our biases, and we are going to update our charts from this week. Alrighty, let's take a look. Let me take a look at the chat as well. It looks like we may have came up with accounts. Hint, hint. We might have chose accounts. It looks like accounts were the best option. So to answer my funded futures question, maybe we could do accounts this time. All right, let's take a look. We're going to go through all of our assets so we can update our weekly outlook. All right. Let's take a look. The bulls clearly remain in control here. We continue to keep crushing new all-time highs. Congratulations to the bulls. We have once again made a new all-time high. So very good job to all the individuals. I left off yesterday's stream asking whether you thought ES was going to go to new all-time highs or not. Both NQ and ES got new all-time highs. So congratulations, chat, for all the individuals that answered that we were going to go back to new all-time highs. We were taking a look at a long position yesterday during my segment. That long position played out beautifully. We got new all-time highs once again. All right, so very good job. This is one of those statements that I've been making, and I'm going to continue to keep saying it. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Okay. I'm not willing to become bearish until the daily chart says something very clear and obvious that the bulls are done. Right? Like, let's just zoom out real quick. Right? I don't know how else to say this, but, you know, when price decisively goes higher like this is very clearly bullish, right? So trend is your friend until the end of the trend. So I'm just going to keep remaining bullish. I've essentially been bullish on this live stream for the entirety of my live stream with my funded futures. It's because I'm being objective to price, right? It's not my opinion. It's not my feelings. It's not my emotions. It's me sitting here being objective to price, right? So objective means without influence. right? Being subjective means you are influenced by something, right? So I try to be objective as possible by just reading what price is giving us. And it is very clear, like the definition of an uptrend is higher highs and higher lows, higher highs and higher lows. We continue to just keep making higher highs and higher lows, right? We just got another new high. So until that stops, I'm not going to become bearish. Plain and simple. Right? So very good job to the bulls. Very good job to everyone that said that they thought ES was going to go to new all-time highs. We once again got another new all-time high. And man, the long-term bags really appreciate that. That's a different conversation. We'll have to have that long-term conversation at some point in time. But we've been focusing on day trading here. So that's an intraday conversation, which is completely separate from a long-term view. Okay. But nonetheless, another new all-time high. Very good job by the bulls. Now, the thing is it looks like they did it overnight, right? I'm sorry. It looks like they did it there at the end of the session. Let's see when we actually got that new all-time high. Right, because this was the trade from yesterday. Let's take a look. Give me 2 seconds. We're getting there. This is today. I'm in the wrong spot. Give me another couple seconds. Here's the trade from yesterday. Okay, so they did do it during the session. But for anybody that was watching my stream yesterday, this is what we pointed to. We pointed to some longs, and we were aiming at new all-time highs. That's not the new all-time high, I don't believe. Maybe it was. Nonetheless, we were looking at longs for this reason. We got the new all-time highs. Very good job for anybody that took those long positions. Now, that begs the question, right? If you're bullish, would you have taken any of the shorts today? Right? Because if you saw my screen as I entered the live stream, this is what I was pointing to. I was pointing to this short here. Let's take a look. I was pointing to this short here. Once again, it is the same model day in and day out, right? At New York Open, we're looking for a breaker block that has an FVG. So let's take a look. Right, you have this swing high, you have a swing low, you have a new high, then you have a new low. This is a bearish breaker. And then it's very small, but it is present. You have a FVG right in here. All right, so let me zoom in so you can see it. Right, so in terms of a unicorn, a breaker block plus an FVG, the short did appear here on NQ. And there was also a cracking correlation. So if you look at the 938 AM high, if you look at the 951 AM high, if you hop over here on ES, 938, 951, you see the cracking correlation here? ES made a new high, while NQ made a failure swing, right? So you now have the confirmations that we always talk about, right? Having a cracking correlation with the breaker block plus the FVG. So that leads me to the question, chat. Did you take the short today? Yes or no? Did you take the short today? Yes or no? Handful of no's, couple yeses in there. Handful of no's, couple more yeses. Okay, all right. Couple more no's, couple more yeses. All right. So this is what the question was leading towards was, do you trade without a bias? Yes or no? Do you trade without a bias? Yes or no? Right? Because that would change a lot of different things. Because me sitting here saying that I'm so bullish right now, then you wouldn't take this short position. You understand what I'm saying? Right? Because if you're going to trade your bias and your bias is bullish, there was no bullish setup here. This was a short setup. Right? So I was leading the conversation into saying every day is not a trading day. You do not have to trade every single day. If you have a bullish bias and you only get a short setup, you don't have to counter trade your bias. You don't have to take a trade, right? Take a trade when you can follow your rules, follow your system, and follow your process, right? If your process is to obtain a bias, after obtaining a bias, look for a cracking correlation that aligns with that bias. If you get a cracking correlation that aligns with that bias, then look for your entry function. Right? But for somebody like me who does trade his bias, there's no position to take here. Yes, this was a short position. Yes, this is a confirmed unicorn. But no, it's a very simple decision that you could either trade your bias or just choose not to trade, because you don't have to trade every single time. Okay, so just a quick conversation in terms of trading your bias or not. And once again, I'll continue to keep saying this throughout all portions of our conversations. What I'm saying does not mean I'm saying the correct thing, okay? There is no right or wrong. There is only green or red at the end of the day. So if you do something differently than me and you're profitable doing it, be my guest. Then you should do that, right? I'm sharing my journey. I'm letting you know how I trade. I'm not saying that the way that I trade is correct. I'm just sharing my journey. That is all. Okay, so if you feel like trading without a bias, that's completely acceptable. What you should do is understand thyself, right? If you're good at trading no bias, then do that. Or if you're better at trading with a bias, then do that, right? It's always going to be a unique answer to yourself, because the only thing that matters is your ability to click the buttons. Okay, so I might act differently to things than you act. That doesn't make it right or wrong. The only thing is you're either green or red at the end of the day. So do what you need to do to become green at the end of the day. That's what matters. All right. So if you did take the short, congratulations. This was a banger, right? This thing went more than 2R, right? Because now for the individuals asking me where I would put a stop loss. So if you look at any of my information that I've presented, I look to enter at the beginning of the breaker, right? So the breaker is this gray highlighted area. If you need a definition to the breaker, I have an entire playlist on my YouTube channel. Okay, here's my @ right here. If you need to find me on any social media, you can find it right here. YouTube, Discord, Instagram, Twitter, okay? Go and watch my playlist regarding the unicorn model, okay? But if you don't want to, come hang out with us here on this live stream. You'll see the same exact information here as well. I enter at the beginning of the breaker. So you can see here, I just put the position indicator tool on. Okay. I look to begin the position at the beginning of the breaker, and then I put a stop loss at the swing point. All right. So here's the swing high. So you can see that that is where the stop loss goes. Right. So here's an example of a short. And then you can take a look at the example of the long from yesterday. It's the same exact information. You use the model the same exact way, right? So again, this would be the breaker. So now you can see what both a long and a short look like. You enter at the beginning of the breaker. You put a stop at the low. And in terms of a target, I look to target 2R. Okay, so no, I'm not the individual to try to target liquidity, right? I'm not putting my target at a swing high. Okay, this is not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is using risk to reward. In terms of a target, I look to target a 1 to 2 risk to reward. Okay, so now you can see an example of both a long and a short, and you can see the similarities here, right? Let's point out the similarities. First things first is the time, okay? Time is one of the most important elements. When are we looking for the model? We are looking for the model at New York Open. That's the first thing. So time is the first element. The second element is a crack in correlation. So once again, we had bullish SMT here, right? So if we go back to, let's just put it back to yesterday. Let's take a look. You can see that ES did not take out the CPI candle low, while NQ did take out the CPI candle low. Okay, so I'm pointing out the logic that I use on a day-to-day basis to get me in and out of trades. And the first logic that I use is time. I'm looking at New York Open for these positions. The second logic is a crack in correlation. I want SMT to support the idea that I'm trying to use. Then I use a breaker block, which when you're identifying a breaker block, you must have swing points, right? Here's a swing low. Here's a swing high. Here's a new low. Then here's a new high. You need to have all of those swing points. All right? You need to have all of those swing points. That's what creates the breaker. A bullish breaker will always be up closed candles. A bearish breaker will always be down closed candles. And lastly, I need an FVG to align with the breaker, right? You can see the FVG right in here. Here's the FVG. Okay, so that's what a confirmed model for myself is. A breaker block plus an FVG with SMT to support the idea at New York Open for both bullish and bearish scenarios, right? So let's go back to today's action, and you can see why I'm not looking at ES today, right? Because at 9:30, there is no breaker here, right? Because we just get a bunch of failure swings right here. The highs were never taken out, so none of these can be a breaker, right? If you go over to NQ, you can see that we did get a stop hunt here. The high was taken out. The initial swing high was swept by the second high. That's what creates a breaker. Okay, so just a quick recap. New York Open, crack in correlation, breaker block plus FVG. Enter at the beginning of the breaker, stop at the swing point, aim for 2R. That's it. That's the entire model. There's nothing more complicated. You don't need to have 100 different concepts. Okay? It's the same thing over and over and over again. I could go back to the year 2000 and show you the same exact examples. It's the same thing over and over and over again. Hey, Ash, what's your win rate? I'm a 50% win rate trader. I look to execute a 1 to 2 risk to reward. If you want to see any of those statistics, I post them on Twitter all the time. You have to understand that losing in this business is inevitable. Okay, you will have losses. It does not matter what system you use. Doesn't matter. You will have losses. This is why we focus on risk management. Okay? this is why we focus on risk management, because we understand we will have losses. So we've had many risk management conversations, right? We've talked about ensuring that your losses are a certain number, right? Define your losses so that you know what a good loss is and a bad loss. So you know what a good win is and a bad win. Okay? It's never acceptable. It's never acceptable to have a large loss. That is what blows accounts. So if you can get over that hurdle, if you could start there and ensure the fact that you will never have a large loss, how do you do that? Well, you set a dollar amount, right? Whatever dollar amount fits your mentality, your emotions, your thoughts. You need a dollar amount that is going to allow you to execute the position without being deterred by your emotions. You also need a dollar amount that will allow you multiple different attempts, right? So for example, throughout my data, my largest losing streaks have been 7 losses in a row, right? So it's very clear that the maximum loss I allow myself per day needs to be my drawdown divided by 10, right? Why is it divided by 10? Well, because my largest losing streak was 7 losses in a row. If I were to take 7 losses in a row, I still got another 3 losses to lose before I blow the account. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to play the long game. I'm not. If we go back to the beginning of my segment, we were talking about churning and burning. I'm not looking to churn and burn. Matter of fact, if you want to go look at my expenses, I have not had any expenses since April. Right? If you could better the bottom line, it's so much easier to increase the top line. If you have 0 expenses, the moment you have 1 withdrawal, you're going to be profitable for that month. And I'm explaining to you how I'm doing it. I've been here for now 3 months with you all, and we've talked about all of the logic that goes into my decision making. We've talked about the model that I use. We talk about the risk management that is being used. And now you're seeing the results from it too. Okay. Hi, Ash. It seems that you're taking payout one after another, but you rarely are sharing trades. Why is that? That's because I'm not entitled to taking trades on the stream. I am not obligated to have to take a trade while I'm on stream. As you can see, I focus on New York Open, and my session usually starts at 10:30. So I'm normally done before my stream even occurs. So once again, this is not a signal service. I'm not obligated to take a trade in front of you all. Okay. I also can't force price to do what I want it to do. So I can't make price give me an entry during my segment. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is there's going to be times where I take trades on the stream. There's going to be times where I take trades in my community. There are going to be times where I take trades by myself because this is my business. This is my journey. Okay? I am sharing my journey publicly with everybody, but I'm not a signal service. Okay? And plain and simple, right? Obviously, all of the information is going to be hindsight. Why is that going to be hindsight? Well, because I'm focused on my own risk management during the time of. Do you think that when I go to take a trade, my first thought is, oh, I need to tell everybody else that I'm taking this trade? No, not even close. My first thought is, I have to ensure my risk management. I have to ensure that I'm following my rules. I have to ensure my orders are being filled. Okay, so this will never be a signal service. I'm not obligated to take trades in front of you all. Okay, yes, the information is going to be hindsight because when I'm in a trade, I'm focusing on the trade. I'm not focusing on showing everybody my trade. No. Okay. If you want to see trade examples, I post the trades on Twitter. Okay, so you can see many different trades. I do post the trade after it occurred, because then when I'm done with my risk management, then I could show people. All right. So any questions, any information? I got another 20 minutes with you all. Now I'm going to hop over to chat and see if you guys have any certain questions, certain information that you want to go over. If you're finding any value in the stream, if you're finding any value from any of the giveaways, if you're finding any value from the community, do us a favor, sub to the channel, hit the like button, share the stream with your communities, share it on your socials, tag us in it if you want to. That way we can see it as well. We're going to continue to keep working and learning every single week. Do you post your trades in your Discord? Once again, it's the same exact answer, right? I am not a signal service. I am focused on my risk management. After I complete my risk management, that's when I document my journey, right? So it doesn't matter if it's Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Discord. I'm not a signal service. That's not what's happening here. Okay, I'll document, and you can see the documentation afterwards, but I'm focused on my risk management because I'm a trader too. My attention's right here, not on social media. What is it that you love to do when you're not trading? Real estate is my other passion. So I'm using this as an active source of income. My trading, the income that comes from it, I then put it into real estate. So after I complete a trade in the morning, then I go to the gym. After the gym, I then go work on real estate. So my afternoons are always consumed by real estate. And we've talked about having multiple sources of income. I highly suggest you do so. We've talked about many different forms of multiple sources of income. It is a form of risk management to have multiple sources of income. I highly suggest you do that. Okay. Do you trade other models? No, I focus on the unicorn model. Whoa, chat. Chat, hopefully you're focusing on chat. 25 free 50K scale accounts. Wow. Wow, scale accounts. 25 50K scale accounts using code 52 SHTA. Am I reading that correctly? That kind of confused me a little bit there. Backwards? Am I missing something? I don't get it. Code 52 SHTA for 25 free 50K scale accounts. All-time highs. Jeez. Man, I guess I should just stick to price action because that one went in one ear and right out the other. I don't know how I missed that one. Wow. I love that though. I love how you changed it up this time. Making chat work for it this time. Absolutely love it. Who was able to get one? Who was able to get one of the giveaways? Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of those free accounts. Free accounts, not even resets, free accounts. Holy. Chroma got one. Holiday got one. Rolex got one. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Congratulations. Another day, another session, another giveaway. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, throw a W in chat for MyFundedFutures. I mean, the amount of giveaways that we've done here, absolutely incredible. I mean, it's every single day. I typed in Ash 25. So close. So close. I should have understood. I don't know why I didn't get that. See, I just got to stick to price action, I guess. Alrighty, chat. I got another 15 minutes with you all. Is there any kind of questions or information you'd like to go over? I'm going to hop back over in the chat again. Let's take a look. Hi, Ash. If a unicorn was formed just before New York Open, but gave entry at New York Open, will it be valid? A unicorn is a breaker block plus an FEG. So whether you decide to execute before or after New York Open is your own personal decision. Whether it's valid or not, that's your decision to make, right? Do you execute before New York Open? Yes or no? But in general, a breaker block plus an FEG is what the unicorn model is. So if you have a breaker plus an FEG, that's what a unicorn is. You buy fixer-uppers, Ash, or Section 8? No, where I'm located, it's all new builds. Lots of developments going on right now. So I've been buying new builds, trying to get long-term tenants in there. Signal service is when you show trades beforehand. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you I'm not a signal service. So I don't know where the confusion is there, but I am not a signal service. That is not what's happening. So I do not do that. What's your ultimate materialistic dream, Ash? Materialistic. Maybe a Ford Raptor. I'm a truck guy, so I'm not one of those Lambo individuals. I would go for a brand new truck. Maybe that would be it. Ford Raptor someday. Yeah, classic America. Yep. America and their trucks. Would you consider a long potential unicorn now? There is nothing on the screen, so I don't look to predict the future. Okay, it's either on the screen or it's not. So there is no unicorn on the screen, so there is nothing to even consider. Do you use dealing ranges when focusing on the unicorn model? No, I don't. That is not something that I look at. I'm a huge component of less is more, quality over quantity. I only use a couple concepts. The more concepts you try using, the more you fall into information overload. So I do not use dealing ranges. No, I don't. The more he talks, the more I think he's from Florida. No, I'm not from Florida. Originally from New York, but after college I moved south. I grew up and was raised in New York. We are in the South now, though. So definitely stick around for the next host. I have another 10 minutes with you all, but I'm certain that there will be more giveaways. There will be more value provided for the other hosts. You're definitely going to want to stick around. I believe we have Methodical Man coming up next, and then we have Matt after that. Do you use dealing ranges? I already answered that. I said no, I don't. I do not use dealing ranges. What indicators? I don't even use indicators. Here are the indicators right here. This first indicator is just these words right here. So in terms of an indicator, that was just so I could put my name on my chart. The kill zones, this is just so I understand what London session is, Asia session, and New York session. So no, I don't use indicators. When I'm analyzing, this is what you see, candlesticks. And if you go back and watch any of my prior live streams, you'll see the same. It's just candlesticks. Is Tom on holiday? Yeah, I believe he went on vacation, but I do believe he's coming back maybe it was either today or tomorrow. So Tom will be coming back. Tom, if you are listening, hopefully you're enjoying your vacation. Some of those drinks looked phenomenal, so please have one for me. Enjoy your vacation, and we'll see you soon. Do you only use the 1 minute? No, I've executed many different time frames. I've executed on the 1 minute. I've executed on the 5 minute. I've executed on the 15 minute. I've executed on the hourly chart. I've executed on the daily chart. I've also executed on the weekly chart. Okay, so I do not only pick one time frame. Okay, but you have to understand that the higher the time frame, the less chances you'll get, right? You're not going to have hundreds of different positions on the daily time frame because there's less candles. There's going to be a lot more positions shown on the 1 minute time frame. The next thing you have to understand is the higher the time frame, the longer it's going to take for the position to play out. Right? So a 15-minute unicorn is going to take much longer to play out than a 1 minute unicorn. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know what BOR stands for. So anytime I don't have the information, I'm going to have to defer to somebody else. I don't know what that stands for, so sorry. I'll have to ask somebody else. So any other questions? Any other information? Amazing job on the weekly outlook this week. Lots of our weekly outlooks played out. We can go through the rest of the assets too. I realized that we didn't get to Euro, Dixie, or oil. So let's take a look real quick before my session wraps up. I left you all with a bearish bias on oil. Why was the bearish? Why did we have a bearish bias here, chat? What was it that made us look for lower prices? Equal lows. Equal lows. We know that equal lows or equal highs are one of our best forms of draw and liquidity. Very good job by that analysis. We ended up taking out that target, and that bearish bias was completed. So very good job on oil. The bears are in control for oil. Dixie, right, the dollar. We were looking at a bearish bias on the dollar. Very simple analysis here. Price got rejected by a bearish FEG. Price got rejected by a bearish FEG. For that reason, we were looking at a move lower. And we got it. So very good job once again. The weekly outlooks this week were, man, just go back and watch the Monday stream. The work proves the value. That's all I'll say about that. Beautiful move for the bears there. We got the lows. The lows were taken out. We had pointed to these equal lows here. Price took out those equal lows. That bearish bias played out nicely. Euro, to finish it up. Euro, we had a bullish bias. Very simple once again. It's just inversely correlated to the dollar, right? Euro bounced from a daily FEG. For that reason, we were looking at a bullish bias, targeting the swing high. Amazing move by Euro. The target has been completed. So just a quick update on all of the weekly outlooks. Go ahead and watch the Monday live stream. Some phenomenal value there. Alrighty, chat. Any other questions? Any other information? Got another 5 minutes with you all before our next host comes up. Any other questions? Any other information? Feel free to throw it in chat. Got 5 more minutes with you all. Ash, why do you always have a buzz cut? You want me to grow it out? What do you think I should do? We'll start a mohawk, get a man bun. What should I do next? What do you think? Should I grow it out? Is that what you're saying? Man bun. So funny enough, some people, if you were around long enough, you would have seen the man bun. I did actually have a man bun at one point in time. Imagine that. Where is Roman Arts when you need him? Let's get the AI images of Ash with a man bun. Who remembers when Roman made the picture of Tom cutting my hair? See, that's when the man bun got cut off. Tom cut it. Tell us about your trip to London. Yeah, we'll be heading over to London September 13th. I'm planning on potentially putting together a meetup. You'll see those details on Twitter. I'll leave that for... I need to set it up first, so I'm going to wait until I provide any information on that. But I might do a trader meetup in London sometime between September 13th and September 18th. So for any of the London folks, for any of the EU people, might get a trader meetup set up. I want to see you in a man bun. All right, I guess I'll have to grow it out again. With a long mustache. Yeah. I've never really had a mustache. Like, I guess, right, I do have facial hair, but I've never only done a mustache. Roman's on vacation. Hopefully Roman comes back. Some of his AI images were absolutely astonishing. We'll see if we can get those again. Which part of London will you be in? I'm not going to hand out all the information. The internet is not the safest place all the time. So I'm not going to hand out all of my information regarding London. I am going to set up a trader meetup. Once I get that information completed, I will send out that information. Outside of that, I'm not going to, I don't want people knocking on my front door. You know, I don't know what's going to happen. So, I'll let you know about the trader meetup, but that's as far as we're going to go. North, east, west, south, all four of them, all at the same time. North, east, west, and south, all at the same time. A trader stick up. Somebody's going to come up to me and say, give me all your strategies. All righty, chat. Another day, another great learning experience. Able to get another session in. Experience is built through conviction. All right, so we got to keep showing up. We got to keep learning. We got to keep working. We got to keep learning. We got to keep trying every single day. Methodical Man is coming up now. So that is my session for today. I hope you all were able to find some value in it. Thank you for all the people that are participating. I really appreciate getting to go over this information, getting to go over these charts, getting to go over these questions. It's really building a lot of repetition. So thank you to everybody in chat that participated. We will be right back here tomorrow, but stick around for Methodical Man. Let's go ahead and welcome Methodical Man up on the stage. I will see you all tomorrow.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Hopefully everybody's green today. Looking for a little trade here right now. Potential inversion right here coming up. If we can close above this bearish 1 minute gap here, I will take a stab long. We've got some equal highs sitting up there at 973 1/4. We tapped into the 4-hour bullish fair value gap down there. We ran the we ran the overnight low. So that's kind of what I'm waiting on here. Look for a little long opportunity, but if we don't get it, we don't get it. How's it going, Alexi? Good morning, Tone. What up, Taki? So we'll see kind of what happens. So far, it's, it hasn't triggered yet. Diagu, Pigeon, how's it going? Deba Deep, what up? So we'll just see what happens here. I mean, if we want to move lower, we'll move lower. But if we get a nice candle back through this gap, then we'll take the long. I like the equal highs up there. Kind of give you a little extra confidence that it might go and take those out. What up, Junior? Extraordinaire in the house. Rod, good morning. Keith, what's going on? So this is a nice looking candle here. Let's see if we can get a close above here. Ideally, we do have the 50 EMA there. See if we can close above that at the same time. We'll look for a little bit of a bigger trade. Yeah, Trump was supposed to be speaking around 11:15. Does anybody know if he's done? I'm not sure. I thought it was around 11:15. I don't know if he ever came on or not. Rally Point, how's it going? What up, David? Yeah, we're green on our funded account today. Small red over here on this eval, but been kind of slinging it around a little bit. We're green on multiple accounts today. Just this is one of 2 accounts that we're red on. So 2 sets of accounts. What up, Predator? Honey Dev, how you doing? 28 seconds left on this candle close. Really nice candle here. We get this candle close, we're going to take the long. Yeah, those are EMAs. There is a standard deviation down here, though. 5 seconds left on the candle. I'm going to go ahead and jump in. We're going to target up here at the equal highs. And stop really is just going to be kind of a close back below this gap. So we are trading right into the initial balance low here. ES is also in the same spot, but you should probably go break even right here at like the 51 level. I'm probably going to wait until we hit the 61 for my break even. So I'll wait for like right up in there for the break even. I guess depending upon how price acts here. Let's see what we get. My charts have too much close. Yeah. Well, a lot of this stuff I don't really use. I mean, like I kind of do sometimes, but for the most part, I stick to this inversion strategy. So we didn't really sweep any liquidity on this pullback here, but we did tap 50% of this leg. We're delivering from a small 1 minute gap, and we got a decent candle back through there. So long it is, it checks 3 of the 4 boxes. So hold on a second. Let me see. We also have a bullish SMT here. ES did not run the overnight lows there. ES is the stronger indice right now, but we'll just see what we get. Tap the 1 minute. Yeah. So we'll kind of see. If it fails, it fails, right? You accept the risk on the trade. We got the equal highs above, so we got a good draw on liquidity. So we'll just kind of see what happens. John Carter 69, what up? You're looking for short suit dip? Good luck. I mean, it could be, short could be the play. I don't know. I just kind of play what I see here. So if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Try not to have very much emotion about it. String bikini in the house. MNQ will support it. Let's see here. Pulling back, testing the gap there for now. I mean, the only other thing is time of day, right? It's not the greatest time of day here, but That's okay. I like to look at the inversions at, you know, highs and lows typically, but we didn't really get one here. I mean, we had a small one here, 2.7. It's not obvious. So when it's not obvious, I look for a little pullback, you know. That's just what we do and kind of go from there. And a stop out would just simply be a close back below. Now, this gap here, to be honest with you, is not like the most obvious gap in the world either. So that's kind of a close back below there. What I like to do is I'll give it a few more seconds here, and we'll just kill it if it continues to push down. Pushes back into the gap here, and then I'll just tuck my stop back up under this low. It's kind of watching the ES here. It's kind of at a key level as well. So if you have confidence that it's going to a level, you don't have to stop out if it closes back below. You can just leave your stop at the swing. But more often than not, when it closes back below, it does come back to the swing. So just be aware of that. See if the ES can recover 77 here. Kind of testing it there right now, 64.77 on the ES. I don't use Rinko candles. No, I don't have anything. I don't see anything wrong with using them. I just don't use them. I just don't use them. All right, we kind of got the second candle close outside the gap there. I'm going to go ahead and just take it off. Lost $380 there on that one. Play just didn't work. Looked decent enough, but didn't work. Sometimes that's going to happen. Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, like I said, I'm on an eval. I'm going to be a little more aggressive. I thought it looked decent. So maybe we just need to move a little lower here. Possible inside bar on the 5-minute chart as well. Let me check out the 15-minute. I mean, yeah, we didn't leave equal lows anywhere, did we? No. 820s is kind of an interesting level. That's still 100 points away. Still 100 points away. I mean, I still got the idea that we probably go back to clean up these equal highs, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't really care about 1-minute equal lows on the ES. ES moves a bit slower, so it leaves a lot more equal lows and equal highs. So, well, the thing is, Mohammed, I mean, like, there's no reason to get annoyed. If a trade fails, if you think the setup's okay and it fails, then, I mean, there's nothing to really be annoyed about. We just wait. There's more opportunities. You know what I mean? More opportunities. That's all we got to wait for. So that's what we'll do. I do think we go to these equal lows, clean those out at some point, or equal highs, sorry, at some point or another. One wrong word for Mr. Biggie. Yeah, and I don't know. Trump could be speaking. I'm not even sure if he's speaking right now or not. Potentially he could be. How do you get a payout? Well, you got to hit the payout target pigeon. It's not an easy thing to do. Not an easy thing to do. Thank you, Sharp. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, a payout's just about consistency, right? You just got to have some consistency, and, you know, it's just one of those things. We do have an inside bar on the 5-minute. Man, I don't love it to the downside, but I'll take it to the upside again. I don't mind. Let's go to the 5-minute. Let's go to the 5 minutes. So you can see printing an inside bar here. It's closing in 4 seconds. And again, I mean, I'm kind of keen to this pushing back up here. So I will take it if it breaks to the upside. Stop will be a close back below the 5-minute bar there. So risking 21 points here for 30. So I'm not sure. I don't know that I want to take it to the downside though. I don't know. kind of in a wedge here too. You can see this is kind of like, you know, kind of getting smaller and smaller, tighter and tighter here. Got a little trend line liquidity to the upside as well. So you figure if it could break to the upside, it probably could go. So want to see some bullish candles in the next 5 minutes. Yeah, that would make sense. Looks like someone from the boys. I don't know what that is. I didn't see a giveaway yet, Jason. I'll let you guys know when I see it, though. I'll call it out. So theoretically, my stop really could have went to the low. I just didn't want to risk 50 points on that trade, even though I think we cleaned this level up. I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want to risk the amount that I needed to there. As long as we kind of held this bullish gap on the 1 minute there, probably would have been fine to hold. This is NQ James. So I'm sure Magnus is here somewhere. Internet Explorer. Classic. Still got to get above that initial balance low, though. ES has kind of did a little peeky boo above it a couple of times. NASDAQ's done the same, but no real, like, you know, momentum above that initial balance low just yet. So, all right, we're tagged in long here again. So off this 5 minute inside bar. You really could go stop to break even in that 950 area up there at that wick. I mean, this would be a great area to go break even. The problem for me is I'm not going to go break even. I want to see this thing push up into the 73. So I'm not going to go break even there. I'll go break even if we inverse this 5 minute. If we inverse this 5 minute gap here, then I'll move my stop to break even. And not before. We're only risking 20 points. Not that big a deal. So let's see if we can make some money on this exchange here. You got tired? You think Magnus ran away? He's gone. He wanted to go eat some lunch, probably. Guys, I was craving. Have you ever had those pretzel covered hot dogs, the little mini ones that they have at like Aunt Annie's pretzel shop and also at the cookie company? They sell those things, man. Those things are amazing. And I went yesterday to the cookie company in the town where I'm at to try to get some of those, and they were closed. So I don't know why they were closed at the time, at the lunchtime. I mean, it was like 1 o'clock. So, and they were closed. It's crazy. Got Methodical over there craving those things, and they didn't even give it to me. Didn't even give it to me. Abhishek banned Magnus. All right, I got the out. Unban them. Get them back in here. Yeah, I love those freaking those pretzel dogs. I call them pretzel dogs. I don't know if that's what they are. You know, the American term, pigs in a blanket. I guess that's what we call them here. Pigs in a blanket. So, all right, breaking above here. We got 1 minute and 19 seconds left on this candle. We really want to see a close above 55 here. That would give us extra confluence that this thing is probably going to hit the 73. The fact that we were tapping into that 5 minute gap, I didn't even notice it. I'm going to be honest with you. When I entered that 1 minute long inversion earlier, didn't even notice that we were fighting that 5 minute gap. So how many years I've been trading fading time? About 3.5 years, somewhere in there. I've been streaming a couple of years now, maybe 2.5. So this is the low of the day, all-time high up next. Mr. Delusional. Someone told me once the market only goes up. So someone told me once the market only goes up. I don't know his name. I think it ended with a word called knob. If you've ever seen this guy, his last name's Knob. Are they like Kong dogs? My kid was going on and on about them. Maybe corn dogs with all kinds of stuff. Well, it's kind of like that, but it's not a corn dog. It's covered in, it's like wrapped in a pretzel. So ES approaching the VWAP here in that 50 level or 83 level. I would like this candle to close above. Wow. I hate that close. I'm going to be honest. I don't like the close of that candle. Tapping into the 200 EMA right there on the 5 minute as well. A lot of times when you see a candle almost inverse, but it doesn't quite get there, you get a pullback. So that might be what happens here. Let's see if it just pushes right through there. Full tilt futures. How's it going? You're 3 years now. Let's go. Retracing to balance the 1 minute, then we can go up. Yeah, it could be. I just hate that close. I think if it went up, if we inverse there, I don't know that we pull back. Really need to hold that initial balance low now. You see, had I went stop to break even there, would have been, actually wouldn't have been stopped out. My entry's down there at 42. What were we up there? We were up about 16, 17 points. So might put in one more red candle here before we get that next bullish engulfing off of it. We'll see. So what was the flash sale? I don't know, Solarians. I didn't see it. There will be another, though. Just wait. Just wait. Brendan, how's it going? Give it time. You'll see another. The sales aren't over. So kind of holding up here. Again, I want to see this close above 955. I think that's the level that we need to clear. Close above here on the 5 minute to kind of continue that expansion up higher. Otherwise, this trade could be in trouble. Could be in trouble. We did kind of tap into a 5 minute order block there as well. Our target is just above that. So let's kind of see what happens. 5 minute change in the state of delivery on the ES makes me think we go much higher. I do love that the ES has finally recovered 77 as well, and it's holding it pretty nicely for now. So let's kind of see what happens. We're currently long, if you're just joining us, looking for that run into the equal highs up there at 973.25. We entered off an inside bar. Theoretically could move my stop down below that 1 minute gap down there at the bottom. Maybe the body of the 5 minute candle might be a better spot for the stop, but let's just leave it where it is for now and see what happens. I don't really want it to retrace that far, to be honest. Mo, how's it going? Oh, it's 20% on all accounts. Awesome. Awesome. I don't know if they'll do a discount, but I'm pretty sure there'll probably be another giveaway here. Got another potential inside bar here as well. Got 2 minutes left on the candle. It probably prints as an inside bar if I had to guess. And then we want to see the next candle kind of bullish engulf that. And get above that 955 and really get some expansion. TCG Andy in the house. Andy is the account winning GOAT. The account winning GOAT. Andy's won more accounts than any 3 people I know. He wins all the account giveaways for some reason. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it. I got to figure it out. He's got some sort of algo or something, you know. He figures out what he needs to win and he wins. Oh. Kind of holding the initial balance there. Need to get back. Like I said, I want to see a close above 55. I'm pretty sure this is going to be another inside bar. Theoretically, if this does print as an inside bar, we could add on a break above. We could theoretically add and just have our stop at the bottom of this bar for that add contract. I may do that. We might do that. You found the bot? Exactly, Brad. 25 pays. Goodness. You're in a long 2 ICT mastery. Your TP is 990. Good luck, sir. I don't hate that area. That will be rebalancing that 5 minute gap above us for sure. Inside bar is just simply a bar that prints inside the high and the low of the previous candle. So you see the high and the low of this candle. This bar prints inside it. That's an inside bar. So what I may do here, actually what I am going to do is I'm going to add. I'm going to add on a break of this inside bar back to the upside. And I'm going to park my stop on that inside bar right here on the add contract. Okay. That's very aggressive here. Keep in mind. This is very aggressive, but that's what we're going to do. Now, theoretically, if this bar breaks below the low, that might be our sign to just get out. I don't anticipate that bar breaking below the low, but if it does, that's our sign to exit the trade. You know, because you have kind of opposing, you would have opposing entries there. This would be a short entry, so you kind of have opposing entries. I don't know that I will get out of my single contract. I'll probably just leave the stop where it is if it does break below it, but that will keep us from adding on a pushback up if it breaks below. Look at the 15-minute. Yeah, I looked at it earlier. I have it pulled up too. I have the 15-minute. So I'm going to take my ad off there. No longer like it because we broke below this inside bar. Had it not broke below there, I think I would have left it on there, but since it did. Thank you, Fading. Appreciate it. Oh, you're talking about Zero. Well, good luck to Zero as well. What are the gatekeep in Tinku? I don't know. Is there anything to gatekeep here? What time is it here? So we did just enter the macro time as well. This is not necessarily a reaction that we want. Kind of want to see this hold that 30 level at the most, really like 31.25. Don't really want to see this breaking below that. It's going to be a bad sign for the longs. I'm going to move my stop down to 911, just below 910 area. Still keeping it at basically a 1-to-1 on this trade. And we'll see how price reacts here. If ES loses the 77, we'll consider getting out. Selling pressure still very high. Yeah. Well, you're just looking for spots for reversals. That's what we're doing here. Market maker must be in the chat hunting our stops. Yeah, no. They're plotting to kidnap us, the market makers. Or so I've heard. You love going the opposite of streamers, Grim. Good luck, sir. Good luck. Hey, if you win, you win. I say this all the time. Like, if you're short right now, you could win the trade. And then if you're long right now, you could win the trade. I mean, NASDAQ moves around so much that both can win. You know what I mean? Both can win, both can lose. That's just how it is. We both can be right. We both can be wrong. Those are the breaks. Thanks, Grim. I appreciate you being here. You like scalp short moves when going against the bigger move, which has been bearish today. Yeah, for sure. Well, it's definitely been bearish. And ES working its way below the 77 there. Not a great sign. Not a great sign at all. But we have our stop in. If it takes it, it takes it. Not looking good. Yeah, this is the 5-minute Raphael. Does anybody know if Trump is still speaking? Maybe I should check. Could you please talk about inside bars? It's pretty simple. The inside bars that I typically look for are the first presented inside bar of the day. That's typically the best one, the one with the highest probability. So basically, I mean, like I said, inside bar is just a mother candle where the high and the low of the mother candle, the child candle or the small, whatever, closes inside the high and the low. You're just looking for the break above and below. So you can see this inside bar gave us a short trigger, which I ignored and just paid 22 points. So to be fair, this was a pretty decent trading opportunity because we failed to inverse the 5-minute, right? We barely We barely didn't inverse it. And, you know, just like I said here, typically when that happens, you get some sort of a pullback. So, you know, a lot of trading is just kind of having the drawn liquidity correct. That's a lot of trading. So if you know where the market's going, that's 90% of the battle. But I'm not really sure where the market's going. Could it move lower? Sure, of course. Do we have equal highs above at 73? Yeah, of course. Just depends on what's the stronger draw, right? So that's all right. But we'll wait. I put my stop where I think it's in a reasonable spot. If it stops me out, that's okay. To be honest with you, the stop could just go at the low, but I think it's in a relatively decent spot. Let me pull up the 1 minute right quick. Yeah, on the 1 minute, 905. Yeah, I guess theoretically it could go a little lower based off the 1 minute, maybe down to like the 905 area. But I mean, if you're putting it there, you may as well put it at the low. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. What up, Ish? How you doing? Austin, I'm here for an hour. Oh, we have an S&T at the low. Yeah, I see that. ES was nowhere near the, well, I want to say nowhere near. Overnight low 64.61 on ES. It pulled back to 64, 70? But ES could want to take that overnight low. So it really could. I mean, kind of got a little bear flag look here, to be honest. If you zoom out, right? This looks bear flaggy. I mean, that definitely looks like a bear flag. Got a little bear flag look there. Yeah, if ES doesn't hold the low, we're 100% going to get stopped out, and we're probably just going to dig deeper into that 4-hour gap down there. So it's kind of the thought process. I do kind of feel like it might want to dig a little deeper lower here. I don't love this reaction, so. But we'll let it play out. Let it sweep the 917. If we don't get a bullish reaction off that wick down here, if we don't get a bullish reaction off this wick, then we're probably just going to get stopped. But, I mean, the market definitely knows this small little 1 minute gap is here, right? It knows it's there. All right. Well, we're just kind of still holding this level for now. So not stopped out yet. Although ES has that look in its eye. ES has that look in its eye. Yeah, I like the scale accounts too, Sonny. Possible inside bar again here. Now, do we ignore this inside bar if it prints? Probably not, right? If this one prints, maybe I'll take the short. If it prints as an inside bar. If it prints, now, conversely, if it prints and then it breaks to the upside, maybe I do add. Maybe we DCA and we put our stop at the low of this inside bar if it prints. It's not looking like it. It may not print. It's making its way towards the low now. Dun, 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 dun. Too bad we can't just see who actually tunes into the stream. Yeah, Coop, probably. Monday short paid 5K. Yeah, nice job, Sonny. 5K, that's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. All right, this is going to print as an inside bar here, guys. So if it breaks below, I'm going to get out. So I'm going to put my stop. I'll enter short if it breaks below. We'll target the low a day. If it breaks above, obviously we're going to DCA long. Same idea. Same idea. I'm currently long, so the preference is it breaks to the upside, but oh, did I put that? I just put that in the wrong spot. I didn't even notice that. So I actually would have been stopped out there, and then it bounced. That's interesting. I mean, if this inside bar fails, that could be an interesting opportunity as well. I messed that up and put the stop in the wrong spot. It actually helped me there. Yeah, Mr. Delusional, for sure. This is Quan Tower, John. This is Quan Tower. I'm still going to add on a push above. I mean, I still think we move up, but obviously I could be wrong. If we push above there, we will invalidate this inside bar. Do got the 9 EMA sitting up there at 934 as well, 935 area. Top of the hour here as well. Wow. I got the stop on this first contract at the low here of that inside bar. I'm not going to go for a ton of profit on this this ad contract here. Just going to shoot for the 10 points. Kind of re-push up into that open area. Going to need to see the ES recover the 77 here. If it doesn't, this could just be a bad ad. Might turn out being that way. Oh, Trump is talking. Okay, I wasn't sure if Trump was still talking or not. What up, Treff? Not necessarily the reaction you want there. Can we push back above here? That's the question. Five-minute Morning Star and ES, this filling the gap or just leaving random. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to put too many more lines on my chart, but I kind of want to see this close above that 41. That would be nice. Let's get a quick push up into the 45s there. Get me out of this ad position. ES is breaking back above 77 here. Just a little liquidity grab down below 77 looks like. After that, you guess we chop. Yeah, of course, Ragin. That's kind of what we've been doing. You kind of just been in this range here, right? Not anything huge. $20 seconds left on this 5-minute candle. What do we got? Can it go? It's a strong SMT at the low. Yeah, it is very strong, but it doesn't, it doesn't feel like it's just, it's just like it's not, doesn't feel like it's wanting to go here. It's not feeling like it wants to go. Give me an opportunity there to get out break even. I might consider it. You feel like Tom is in the room? He might be. He just bought 1 micro short. That's why we're pulling back. Oh, smash the like button. Let's go. Marty McFly, what's up? I love the name. Yeah, it's all Tom's fault for sure. It's all Tom's fault. He bought 1 micro short. He's moving the market. He's moving the market. Yeah, Biss, we did. Seems like a very solid consolidation zone. Yeah. It's tough. It's a tough area. Like, it's tough to short down here, to be honest, but it's also the long, it's kind of like picking the bottom, right? It's not an easy thing to do. It's not a smart thing to try to do either. All right. ES held the 77 there, trying to push. Really kind of creating an idiot box here. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that term. Idiot box on the 1 minute. Basically, it's when we just kind of consolidate in an area. We call it an idiot box because you're an idiot if you trade it, right? This guy. This guy. Don't trade the idiot box. It will take your money. Pigeon says, get out of the trade. Yeah, maybe. The idiot box was the television. Wow. In that scenario, maybe. But in this scenario, this is the idiot box. So if we go down to the 1 minute, you can see, kind of barcoding back and forth here. Kind of barcoding. I still need to close above 955 for this thing to really expand. I think if it gets above 955, we can go, but ES is really just not, it's just glued to that 77 level. It peaks below it, it recovers it, not much you can do about it. Little peak below the level, little recovery of the level, not really expanding either direction. So maybe we found a bottom here. We can finally push, but hard to know. What does your screen setup look like? So Sonny, I have 4 screens. I have 2 32 inches vertical on the outside, and then I have 2 27 inches horizontal on the inside. So it kind of looks like a fighter jet cockpit, one of those simulators. So, oh, there's the free accounts. I just noticed it. Sorry, guys. 25 free 50K scale accounts. Let's go. Hopefully you guys got it. I didn't see it. Sorry, I would have called it out sooner. I saw it on the back end. Great job, Ahan. That was quick. That was quick. You got it. Just says waiting. Internet Explorer. Some people say check your email in those scenarios. I don't know. All right. And also another indication of chop is like inside bar after inside bar, right? Inside bar typically prints in consolidation. So there you go. ES back at the 77, just holding that level, guys. Really just in the lunchtime here, lunchtime shop. Not much to do. Try to give you guys some action. I don't want to just sit here and not take trades, but at the same time, sometimes not taking trade is kind of taking a trade, right? Sometimes no trade is a trade, if you ever heard that. So I'll show you guys. Let's look at the 1 minute. Let's just check out the idiot box on the 1 minute here. So you can see here, just kind of created a little range here on the 1 minute, just pinging back and forth, nothing, not breaking out, not going lower, all the things. So do we take it off if we get back above our entry? I don't know. That's kind of the question. That's kind of the question. Brendan, I think it said, was it flagship or something like that? I didn't notice it. I noticed it late. There was one missing letter. So what I can guess maybe happens is, maybe we sweep some of these lows here. Problem is it may want to sweep these lows here and then go kind of a little liquidity sweep. I will probably be a part of the liquidity in that scenario. So theoretically, I would like for it to get above the 50 EMA here on the 1 minute, retest that open price, get me out of the first contract, and I can rest this stop down here just fine. I don't really want to move both stops down there, but I might need to be honest with you. Coop, as soon as you made two typos, you knew you were cooked. That's what happens. Oh, what do I have? Oh, I got the 5 minute to my left, the 15 minute above that, the 1 hour over here. I got Ninja Trader open. I have Trade Evade open above. I have my stream settings up here on the top of this monitor. And yeah, that's it. Keep everything to do with my stream, what we're doing, and then, all my charts. Usually have 8 to 10 charts open at any given time. Would I trade during lunch hours, or is there no thing? Yeah, I would not, my cookie. Like, if you can avoid the lunch hour, it's probably for the best. Now, sometimes you do get 5 minute setups during the lunch hour, which work quite nice. To be honest, we had a 5 minute short setup here, and I just kind of I didn't take it. A little bit of a short setup anyway. We're still kind of holding that trend line for now. I do think I don't recommend this, but I am going to move this stop down here, and we'll see how price reacts to these lows, because like, here's the thing: if it's going to go up, there's going to be a trap, right? There's going to be a trap, so you're going to get some sort of a sweep and then a go if it is in fact going to go up. Same thing for the downside. You'll get a sweep higher, maybe up into the 59.60 area, and then go lower. So I want to see it take me out of this first position, and then get above that 55 on the 5 minute. That's really what I want to see happen. Yeah, definitely already. Oh yeah, the code already dropped. Yeah. Trying to understand what a pro trader looks at when trading. I have no idea, Sonny. I'm not a pro. I am not a pro, far from it. I am just like you. Another inside bar on the 5 minute. Like I said, that's how we're just barcoding and chopping. It's just like 3 or 4 inside bars in the last 30 minutes here. That's how it's just chop. What up, Dave? How you doing? Long time I haven't talked to you, Dave. How you been? Yeah, you guys got to be here. I mean, if you leave, you're not here when they do the giveaways and such, then you just miss out. There's not much you can do about it. Not much you can do about it, right? They do their best to do the giveaways during each segment. You got to be here, and you got to be ready. Yeah, it already dropped, Steve. You got to just stay. You got to be, willing to just stay. Look at the chop here, though. Really, this is really an idiot box on the 1 minute, and I'm kind of long top of the range, right? I'm long top of the range. Not a good look. If you're going to be long, you really want to be long down in this area. So we'll see how it works out. It might cost us. All right, Dave. Appreciate you. We had a 20% off flash sale during Lumi. Oh, nice. Let's go, Thou. Congrats. Karen got one after 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You got to be here. 25, I mean, like 25 or 50. I mean, you got 500-600 people fighting for those. They're going to go away quick. So they're going to go away quick. Exactly, Coop. James, they drop codes in the chat for resets and new accounts. Am I green for this week? Denny, I am green on my funded accounts. I've blew a couple of evals, but my fundeds are green. So I don't necessarily calculate my fundeds into that equation, or my evals. You know what I mean? But yeah, overall, I am green on the funded accounts. We are green on the funded account. Small green on my MyFundedFutures funded account today. Only $50. I think $47. Let me double check. So small green on that account. I wanted it to be more, but the price action just didn't give me what I needed. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm up $127. Here, I won't show the account number, but there's P&L. 127 on the first day of my funded account for MyFundedFutures. Oh, I was stuck at 47 for a while. I forgot I took that other trade. Took one more trade on it. One more trade. Oh. What time is it? All right, we got about 14 or 15 minutes left in this segment here. Let's see if we can't get this push. Come on, NASDAQ. Work with us here. Give us the push before the end of the segment. So... little definitely consolidation there, but if we can just break out here and get above it, we can get a decent sized candle. It just keeps my entry is resistance now, guys. Don't ever let your entry turn into resistance. It can be support. Well, you don't want it to be resistance. Not a good look. Not a good look at all. Cal is getting faster at typing. What are you up to now, Cal? You're at like 65 words per minute. You'd be blazing at 1,000 words per minute before you know it. Yeah, Thunderbird, I don't think today's price action was horrible. Not great, though. Let's be honest. Not great. But what do we expect? You know, like what do we expect after being at all-time highs and expanding into the 24,000? I mean, it's kind of expected, right? In my opinion. I came into today thinking I may not even trade my funded accounts. I did find a few spots to take trades, but nothing crazy. So you can kind of get an idea when you come into the market whether it might be a chop day or not, just by, you know, what happened the previous day, or even sometimes the overnight gives you the clues, right? You log on, we moved 300 points overnight. Probably not going to be the greatest New York session at that point. So you like to see that consolidation, manipulation, consolidation during Asia and London, and then get some expansion during New York. When it happens before New York's never a good sign. Still just idiot boxing here, guys, just consolidating, not doing anything. I still think we might get a little wick down and a fast recovery up. That's what I mean. I would like it to take me out of the first position before it does that at least, but it may not. Or to the second position they add. So just chopping the NY close from yesterday. Yeah. Definitely chop. Not much you can do here. Again, I'm already in the long. Here's that little bearish candle that we were thinking we might eventually get. Let's see if it sweeps these wicks and we get a big bearish move, a big bullish move out of there. If it doesn't hold this 1 minute gap here, we're just going to get stopped. We will just get stopped, and that will just be that. This is maybe trapping the shorts. That's what we're wanting to see. Sweep down into that 915 level maybe, and then rip out of there. As you can see, wicks, I mean, like to get ran, right? I mean, we just have all these wicks sitting down here. You know, they're just sitting down here. Like I said, theoretically, I would have liked for it to have kind of ran up into the 958, 960 area before it came back down here. But the market doesn't always do what you want. In fact, it hardly ever does what you want. So let's kind of watch this 915 zone, see what happens. Again, if it just rips right through there, we're just going to get stopped out. Can we get 400 likes, guys? Come on. If you're watching, let's hit the like button. Can I put a clock on the stream? I don't have a clock to put on there. I don't I mean, I guess I could Google a clock, but I don't have one. See, it didn't run that. It still didn't run those wicks. It still did not run the wicks. I definitely don't want to put it on there with, get out of here with the ads. That clock has ads on it. I don't want to put it down there with ad on it. So I can maybe do it like, all right, we're sweeping that area now. Here, I'll put the clock on here for just a, if I can get it over there for just a second. Ugh. So there it is right there. So you can see 12:21 and 21 seconds. So look and see what you got. That should be enough time for you to figure out what your delay is. All right, we want to see a bullish reaction here. Otherwise, we're going to get stopped out. Got to get a bullish reaction here. Otherwise, I'm just going to be no bueno. I don't even know how much drawdown I even have in this account left. I have no idea. Yeah, we might be, this account may not even, I don't even think it'll make it down to this level. It's already, yep, there it goes. We already took a couple of losses on it today. And we gave it a stab. We gave it a shot, right? We did our best to try to find a spot that makes sense. So maybe the ad wasn't such a good idea there. I really didn't notice that. So yeah, that tells you we're probably going to run the low again. And we kind of look at the 5-minute chart. I mean, you know, this is kind of what I was looking at. You know, it's like, oh, why are you looking for longs? Well, I mean, we tapped into this 4-hour gap down here. We could just want to dig into it deeper here. It's not a huge gap, to be honest with you, for a 4-hour chart. Only 70 points. So it's not a huge gap. It may not even be something that's going to hold there. That's a huge 4-hour candle from the other day as well. But I mean, you do have a level down there, 805, 820s. I mean, 850 area, maybe you could look for a bounce. But I do kind of think we're probably too low in the day. You know, we're already too low to short. I just didn't have enough risk tolerance there on that account to wait for this move back up here. You actually did well today. Let's go. Oh, you gave everything back? Uh-oh. Yeah, don't do that. So you can see I'm getting the bullish reaction that I wanted. I just didn't have enough risk tolerance there to hold that. Unfortunate. Let's see if this thing can continue to push. Kind of right there at the 9 EMA. But I do think we can continue to push up here. ES may want to rebalance that 1-minute gap that left up there at 75, 76 level. We got that 50 sitting up there at the 31. Getting the push now. Classic NASDAQ, right? Stop me out or actually liquidate me and then run Run without me. Run while I watch. The classic NASDAQ. Is that the first time you guys ever seen anybody blow an account on the stream? Is it the first time? I don't know. That's what happens when you sling minis and you go a little over leverage there. That's what happens. I'm just like you guys. I bleed just like you guys. Yeah, that was an eval. He bleeds. He is human. See, it's a proper scenario. It's a proper statement there. See, I'm wearing a Rocky shirt. I'm wearing a Rocky shirt here. The Drago Rocky. What was the logic of that long? It was an inside bar, Chris. I played it off the 5-minute. We have equal highs up at the 973 level, so thought that might be the draw on liquidity. I talked about us maybe needing a trap first. Clearly, the market agreed with that. I added on another inside bar. Let me go to the 5-minute. I'll break it down for you. So I added on the break of a second inside bar. So I took the long. Where was it at? This inside bar here. I took the long, and we were actually up. I mean, we were up 16.5 points on it. It comes back. It creates a bearish inside bar, which probably I should have killed the trade there and waited for another long opportunity, but I didn't. And then we printed this inside bar, and I decided to add. So I DCA'd here, and obviously was a little bit too over leveraged for the amount of drawdown that I had left in the account. I was looking for a trap below these wicks. I mean, we talked about, sweep these wicks, get a bullish reaction. Kind of got what we were looking for there, but just didn't have the drawdown to sustain the trade. Sometimes that happens. When trading minis and being aggressive, those are things that those things that you face. If I were in a smaller position, then a little less over leveraged, it would have been just fine. Appreciate you, Delco. No, I blow accounts. I mean, guys, I'm not one of those people who don't blow accounts, who claims to be some sort of great trader who never blows accounts. Of course I do it because I'm aggressive. I'm aggressive. You didn't hear the bell? What up, fish lips? I don't know if I said that already. Dominic in the house. So, all right, we got about a minute and a half, minute 45 seconds left in my segment here, guys. Matt's coming up for your regularly scheduled program. I think it's going to be Matt today. Pretty sure it still should be Matt. So he'll be jumping in just a few moments. Going pretty good, Verbon. How you doing today? This ain't Tom. Lee? Yeah, it's definitely not Tom. I could try to talk like Tom, but I don't want to hurt you guys' ears. The only thing I can say reasonably close to what Tom says is wee wop. The wee wop. The wee wop. Down here we have the wee wop. So I'm expecting price to come here. It probably cleans this level up. Does it do it, before making new lows? I don't know. But that's where I would expect price to possibly go. Thank you, John. Did the best I can. Did the best I could. I mean, at the end of the day, it's lunchtime. It's lunchtime. I am going to go and get some of those pretzel covered hot dogs. I'm going to get that, guys, when I leave here. So I'll think about you guys while I'm eating those. And yeah, maybe you can pick yourself up some as well. All right, here comes Matt. Matt jamming out over here.
I'm playing the song in my head.
I was going to say, I don't hear it.
I don't hear it either. How's it going, bud?
Not too bad.
I heard something about pretzel covered hot dogs. I'm a huge fan of this, like the Auntie M's things that they have at the mall.
Oh, yeah. Annie Ann's. Yeah, that's where I'm going. Well, I'm not going to go to Annie Ann's. I'm going to go to the cookie company because it's closer. but both of them are very good. So
Those are always a jam.
that's
Good
the plan
stuff.
for lunch. So
That's a good lunch.
I gave you a layup today because I blew an account live on stream. So
yikes.
Can't get any worse.
I've had like a mixed bag of results today. One of my accounts took a hit. Some of them did okay. It's been a kind of a tough day, but I feel for you, man. You'll bounce back.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this drop now. Holy cow. Ripping lower.
Oh, yeah.
So what kind of chips we got there?
This is my lunch today. This is Miss Vicky's spicy dill pickle chips, the regular kind.
Are those from like honey baked ham? You ever eat there?
I don't have so we don't have that here like in my city, but I ordered them online because Miss Vicky's is just like the best. We had them in college at the rec center, and I got addicted to them, and so now I ordered boxes of them online.
Nice.
Or Amazon.
Yeah, I love honey baked ham. I love going there and getting they have awesome subs.
Oh yeah. And we don't get a lot of stuff here like the stuff I use. Like when I grew up in the suburbs of Houston, we had all kind of good stuff like that. But where I live now in the city, it's like you don't get the good stuff you grew up with. Like there isn't a Dairy Queen within like 15 minutes of me. And I remember growing up and eating Dairy Queen tacos, hamburgers all the time.
Well, I'm in the country, so like 15 minutes is that's a reasonable ride for me. So yeah, the cookie company's 22 minutes away, so we'll be heading out.
Worth it, dude. Worth it for the drive.
Well, all right, Matt. Good luck with the rest of the day. Appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks, Bud, for being on, man.
All right, we'll see you guys.
What's up, everybody? All right, hold on one second. I got to make a tweet really quick. Hold on. All right, guys. Hello. 20K subs, spectacular. Celebrating in the house. All of my friends and family here. The afternoon stream, Lunch Money with Matt. Thank you for being here. What's up? I see the rock scooter emojis in here. Very nice. How is it going, team? I really don't have lunch today. IDOC is gone. She's gone for the day. So I have to make do. And she texted me. She's like, why are you eating chips? She's like, it's so pathetic watching you just like completely lost, like without her bringing the good lunch up here. There's no avocado toast. There's no eggs with waffles, no good stuff. It's like, I'm just like, I found a candy bar and some chips. And she's like, no, you gotta eat something better than that. I know, like, why wouldn't you eat chips there? Right. And these are the best kind, like Miss Vicky's. If you don't like Miss Vicky's, I don't like you. They're the best. They're so good. Jalapeno chips and the spicy dill pickle. I love them so much. They're so good. How'd you guys do? Curious about today's trading day. Pretty tough. And I think I'm green. It looks like I'm greenish. I've been trading light today. I sense this coming from a mile away. My Jedi senses were tingling on the fact that we would have a pullback after that 24,000 psychological break on NASDAQ. But really, we had some overnight reads that came out to be a little bit negative on the gamma, which showed a little bit of selling pressure at the open, which I did see. And I avoided taking that big long at the start of the day. And I waited. I got some scalps on the long side here, and a couple of them I got in and got out. So they really take a big loss. This is all within the tolerable range of small win, small loss. So that's pretty much like small activity. One second. Bum. All right, guys. All right, getting ready here. Doing some stuff. All right. How is your trading day going? I'm just curious. Did you guys have a tough day today? Did you guys have a winning day, losing day? This is really kind of a choppy day for a lot of people, right? What did you guys do? I want to see in chat what you guys did. Did you make money? Did you lose money? Show me that P&L. Whip it out. Come on, let's see it. Up and down chop. Yeah, it feels like it was a day like that for everybody, right? You can see on all the indicators, like I had a couple of different sort of warning signs today. One of them comes down to our monthly hedge pressure dynamic. It's an overnight calculation that we do. And usually when NASDAQ or S&P open below it, it is resistance going forward for the rest of the day. It's been very accurate. And this is the newest version of the model. And basically, whenever you flip that polarity, it is very unlikely to break through and keep going. It's rare to see that happen. And this is just a pullback day off of that. So the first suspicion I had was, well, we're opening below it. We usually stay below it. And most of the time, you stay on the same side in the session. So that was rule number one. And it kind of had me cautioning this. And of course, we had all this pre-market run up. We passed through this 24,000 NASDAQ overnight. And then people are just like, little profit taking off of that. We have PPI tomorrow as well, so maybe some post CPI profit taking. I'm not necessarily bearish this market. I don't think it's bearish at all. I think it's still bullish and great. But whenever we opened, I didn't do anything out the door. Normally, I do take longs at the open when all the signs look good. And today, everything looked good. And I just watched it for a couple of minutes, and it was sort of doing this. And I was like, well, it's not picking up much momentum, so I'm going to stay on the sidelines. And then I waited, and then I waited, and then I waited, and then this happened, and I tried to long off of monthly hedge pressure like I always do. And then when it broke through down in here, I just closed out, and I was done. Then what happened was, with negative resilience kind of brewing here, NASDAQ and S&P ultimately traded lower so that SPY could fill its gap. Now, SPY hasn't filled its gap all the way yet, but with this white line being negative, we anticipate the gap fill to be the common move. That's what we're waiting to see happen here. Somebody said blue one account, but Rocket Scooter code has a 20% discount today. Oh yeah, that's right. Our code is getting a 20% discount all day in MyFundedFutures. That's right. Flash sale. That hopefully helped you. Somebody said up 400, down 300. Yeah, crazy. Minus 586. At least, guys, I'm seeing like up and down a couple hundred, $500. I'm not seeing like 20,000, 30,000. So it's not like y'all didn't get chopped up too bad. That's good. That's good. It was tough. Some of my accounts went red. Some of them are green. I'm rotating in the red ones now to try to make them give them some winning trades if I can find it. But normally what you look for, resilience is a little indication that I have that it looks at all the stocks in one little bite, this little white line right here. And when this white line is less than 0, this is resistance. The halfway point, the half gap between the two open and close. This is SPY's open and SPY's close at 9:30 and 4 o'clock Eastern. This is the halfway point between it. Each one of these are high volume pivots, and I use this white line to tell me the polarity. If this white line starts going less than 0, which it did right about there, then price wants to go this way to fill the gap. And that's why I'm not taking longs all through here anymore. I did try to take some, and I got out of the way. When it got better and looked like it was going to break 0, I tried to long right here. And then when it looked like it was getting worse, I did get out of the way, which is the right choice. And waiting for that to manifest and get better. SPY filling its gap from the overnight is the likely course of that trading today. So NASDAQ, right? NASDAQ has filled its gap and is now trading below it as well. And what's really good about what I do is I can see this coming from a mile away and I can get out of the way pretty quick. When this trade failed, I went ahead and just didn't do much until I tried to take some longs down in here. And of course, S&P, I took longs at the other spot that I pointed at a second ago. Other than that, I was getting tiny little scalps and it wasn't coming to fruition. I was closing out early. And when you see me trading like a couple $100, like all these accounts are like about 1,000 or less, you can consider none of those winners and none of those losers. That's just me getting in and getting out. Getting in, not liking it, getting out. Getting in, it moved. It's not moving much. I pulled the plug. None of those I would call a successful trade or I would say one of those is a big loser. The other ones were just lucky that they're green and unlucky that they're red. So like an example, why I'm saying that is that like I would like long right here and then the market would go up and then it's like pulling back and I'm like, let me just cut. Oh, I made $183. Okay. I don't consider that a winning trade. I consider pretty much all of these trades I got in and pulled the plug. Maybe this one was a winner and this one was a loser. All these other ones, I'd say they're just basically flat. I got in and got out and didn't like them. Well, the majority of them did make money. It was like I got in on some of these longs and just pulled the plug before they went negative. So it really was a kind of a not so good day for any trading setups. And there are no A+ setups for me either. All of this is B setups, so I don't really have anything to touch. And a lot of times when it comes to trading, not everything you have to guess every move. And somebody was on my stream today is like, why don't you take a short? I mean, I could, right? I can try to short from here and bet that the market crashes, but I can also just do nothing. Doing nothing is a very key part to any trading strategy. And so doing nothing, 100% of nothing. And you have to think of yourself like, when you make a trade, people like to say, there's two types of ways to trade, or two types of trades you can get. You can win a trade. You can lose a trade. And so winning a trade, when I ask somebody, you guys tell me something really quick. As a cool little experiment, tell me what it means to you to win a trade. Like take a second and type this out. I want to get like a list of what you guys think winning a trade is. Like define what a win is to you. Just anything. Give me a definition. Following rules: a win is a win. Taking a payout, a W on your stats, 1 and 1 or better. Anything green, not losing money. Yeah, so you guys have all different definitions of winning, right? So I see in chat a couple of like, TP is hit. Okay, cool. Green is good. That your bet was correct. Okay, yeah, you see like your bet was correct, right? Bet correct. Right, and a win mostly includes, and some of you guys nailed the lesson I'm about to say. These are all good. All right, so define another thing to me. What is a loss to you guys? So for the most part, a lot of the definitions are a win is anything that's greater than 0, right? I'm seeing that in a lot of these answers. What is a loss? You got cooked. Trade idea was wrong, breaking your rules, not following rules, breaking rules, straying from the game plan. Okay, a loss, right? A lot of those reasons are like, okay, why you lost, but like, what is a loss to begin with, right? Yeah, red, somebody said red day. Okay, a loss is a red day. Yeah, right. A loss is losing money. I see that, right? Losing. When you're proven wrong, that's a great answer. When you're proven wrong, I like this. Okay. So quantifying, this is the world's worst drawing. I can tell you better. Proven wrong. Quantifying, right? This is that a loss is less than 0. Your account goes down. Your total gain is less than 0. But the thing I like to teach people is that there's one missing component to this, and it's like the most crucial component to understanding the difference between a win and a loss. You guys are missing something, because in the spectrum of minus infinity to infinity, you sort of have greater than 0 mapped out. Okay. You have less than 0 mapped out, but a lot of people don't necessarily have 0 inside of their boundaries here. And I'm going to tell you something that is one of the most important lessons that you're ever going to learn from me, is that this is incomplete. A win is not greater than 0 and a loss is not less than 0. A loss is less than 0, but a win is greater than and equal to 0. And this single thought completely revolutionized how I trade. That not making money is not a loss of 0. Sitting out is not a loss. It's not a missed opportunity. It's not a FOMO that you're getting that you should do something. You chose to sit out. You chose to make a trade of 0. You literally make the choice to make 0. And if you include 0 as part of your winning strategy, it increases everything you do by many magnitudes. Not losing a trade is a winning trade, as somebody said in chat. One of the most valuable lessons you can have in trading is that 0 is a winning day. You see this account right here that has 0 has had a winning day. It has lost no money. It's very important to encompass 0 on the side at which you're winning. That gives you a lot of an edge too. If making money is a win and losing money is a loss, well, 0 is the house advantage you have. If it's also a win, you should be good. Choosing to sit out opens up all kinds of opportunities to making sure that you're not psychologically losing when you're sitting at 0. How many people sit there at the start of the day with all their accounts at 0 and you're like, okay, I got to make a trade. It's moving. Okay, long. Maybe short. It's going up and down. I don't know. 0 makes your freaking skin itch, right? 0 makes your skin crawl. You get antsy. You get uncomfortable. 0 makes you uncomfortable as a new trader. And the difference between you and me is that I love 0. I sit there in 0 and like, no, I'm not losing money, baby. 0 makes you foam at the mouth, right? Right? You go crazy at 0. You hate it. And you learn to love it. And it's a mind-blowing experience that it's okay to not do something every single time the market moves. Wait for your setups. As long as all your accounts are at 0, you won every single one of them for the day because you consciously chose to do nothing. You chose to enter with the take profit of where you started. You chose to stop exactly where you started. You chose to commit nothing to the trade. Those are all active choices. That's not avoiding the market inactively, like being a wuss or being scared. It's an active choice. I choose to trade 0 right now. I'm choosing to trade 0 right now. It's very important to a trading strategy to feel comfortable with that. Be comfortable with being uncomfortable, right? Don't let 0 make your skin crawl and make you feel a certain way. I haven't done anything yet. I better do something. Don't rush this process, you know? And so 0 is a win in any professional trader's book. It's a very big part of the strategies. In fact, the boot camp I teach 3 basic principles. I call them the tenets of trading. Number 1 is every trader needs to know trend identification. Which way is the market going? Number 2, every trader needs to have a risk management plan, position sizing, position management, where to add, where to scale out, where to take stop, where to put your profit target, where to all the pieces of this, your position size, all of that. The final part is market avoidance, and that is a big part of the back half of the boot camp, market avoidance. Part of the strategy is effectively winning trades by avoiding the market, literally. Avoiding the market is not losing a trade. It's not a missed opportunity. It's winning a trade by avoiding the market. I'm winning a trade right now on some of these accounts. As a matter of fact, all of these accounts because I'm flat. I'm not getting chopped up. I'm not getting psychologically beat up. I'm not getting like fatigued by sitting here and watching my longs slowly lose more and more and more and more money as I lose a couple more hairs every time that happens. No. Do I think it's going to go lower? Yeah. Do I have a good entry on this? No. Could I jump in and maybe get lucky on a short? Maybe. But also doing nothing also wins the trade. And the mentality of that is so powerful because it took me a long time to really understand how powerful this was. People will tell you that, when they watch me trade, I'm very unfazed, and the market very rarely tricks me into getting in. Almost never. Though I never see the market moving, and I'm never like, okay, finally I'll get in on it. It's very rare. Every time I act, it's always on a plan that I planned ahead of time. And here's the best part. Not only am I losing $0, not only did I correctly predict the direction of the market, not only did I not short the market, even though I know it's going down, I'm also not losing money. I'm typically watching a sell-off day in a bull market, and I'm not losing money in my strategy that I use. To me, that's important for the longer-term gain. My bull signal didn't work, and now I'm just avoiding chop. Yeah, if I held all day and held my breath, I could have made another 40 points or jumping on a short or whatever, but it's not good trading. Over time, chasing things that don't make sense ultimately loses because the market is not normally obvious like this. This is pretty obvious. It is looking like it's going to sell off, but doesn't mean I have to take it. Instead, I can sit out and watch it carefree without a care in the world. I'm watching it sell. I'm like, oh, cool. I bet you there's a bunch of long traders out there bag holding trades upside down. I bet you there's a bunch of short traders that jumped in right there and got squeezed out. But I bet you none of them feel as cool as a clam like me who's not doing anything. And I'm absolutely just chilled. When's the last time I tilted? I don't tilt. I never do. I've mastered like a Jedi my emotional control. I don't tilt. I haven't, and I can't count how many years. I used to all the time. This is the one thing I do say. I'm a student in the market every day. I'm a student. I learn more every day. I get better every day. But there's never a point of where you can say mastery, right? You've never really mastered something. You're always learning. But emotions are the one thing I've mastered. Trading, you're always going to be on a journey to learn. Emotions, there's a very rock solid metric of what I call mastery in emotions. If the market doesn't make you act, you've mastered emotions. The market doesn't make you act. The market will make you react. And if you react correctly, you've handled your emotions, meaning the market moves and you get out of the trade. If you can react perfectly under those conditions, you've mastered getting out of a trade. If the market moves and doesn't make you get in on a trade, like you're missing out, then you've mastered the emotions there. I never change my position size, no matter what, outside my strategy, no matter how I feel. I've mastered that part of it too. Emotions, I think I've mastered. I don't tilt. I haven't in a long time. I have perfect control of my position size, and that took like a decade to get good at. It's not easy to do that. And people call me the Iceman in my channel because they see me just cold and stoic. I'm not saying it's not possible. That's why I'm going to knock on wood, because I'm sure something can get me riled up where I tilt, but it hasn't happened in so long because the emotional game was I feel like that's the part that mastered. I feel like that's about when I started doing very well. So I don't just be like, I'm so far under, let me just go all in and see what I get. I don't do that. I'm okay with taking a loss. And I think like, here's a practice help you do that. What's up, Tom? I see Tom over here in chat saying, hey, from probably the beaches in Italy, wearing his sunglasses and a Speedo with what's a good Italian drink? An Aperol Spritz in his hand, enjoying the sunshine. Oh, you're already back from Italy? Oh, okay. He's back home. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Got a tan. Very cool. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, dude, for sure. Welcome back, Tom. So, anywho's, emotional control is one of the best ways to, like, I guess, like, the goal is very, very easy. And I gave you the metrics, right? The goal is very easy to see. If the market doesn't make you act, and when the market makes you react properly. That's it. Right now, the market, I reacted properly. I got in a normal, the regular position size I'd get in. I wasn't getting the confluence I wanted. I trimmed down. Then the market started moving against me. I got out of the way. And, you know, when you have behaviors like that, that's the easiest metric to see is emotional control. It's one of the hardest places to master because you have to go through like a personal journey to get better at that kind of stuff. But when you ultimately reach what I call like the pinnacle of your emotional control, trading becomes a system to you. Everything you do is a formula, and it's formulaic. It's repeatable. Your process is repeatable. Everything you do is the same every day. Even if the market's random, Your application's the same. And I could take 5, 6, 7 losses in a row, loss and loss and loss and loss and loss, and I'm still attacking the market with the same system. And many days have ended like that with me being green by the end of the day, because trades 1 through 7 were small red, small red, small red, small red, and then trade 8 was green. And trade 9 was green. It didn't change. The last part of the metric is like, it doesn't change how you behave. A loss doesn't make you scared to continue acting in the market. A win doesn't make you careless to act too much in the market. These are ways that you know you're kind of in the right place. I'm not phased. Every loss is not like, oh God, I'm scared to trade again. It doesn't matter to me. I'm trading small enough that loss doesn't affect my feelings. And the way that you can start working towards that emotional control is your position sizing. A lot of you guys are betting too big that your first loss scares you into taking another trade. Your first loss gobbles up 80% of your DLL, and now you only have 20% to move on your next trade. You're scared to act. You're going to be in and out quick. You're going to take whatever profit you can get. That's not really good trading. Your loss shouldn't be big enough that your next trade is affected by your previous trade. So if you need to work on your emotions, immediately start sizing down to the point that your win is not big enough that you're walking down high-fiving your friends like you made money, and your loss isn't bad enough that you're crying in your pillow before you go to sleep. And when you're kind of operating in between that boundary and you're in a good spot, every trade you can shrug off like it's nothing. And the Iceman approach is really where you want to be. And the best way to start doing there is just trading small. And it might sound like a waste of your time, but the lessons you'll gain from it is great. Imagine you've been trading E-minis, NASDAQ, in your MyFundedFutures account, and you've been blowing up every other day. What happens if you traded 1 micro? You're going to say this: I don't want to trade 1 micro. That's stupid. What a waste of my time. And that is the first mentality everybody has. Why would I trade for $50 up and down? That's kind of dumb. I want to make money with this. Aha. But you are wasting your time by blowing up with the minis. You're completely wasting your time. And you're completely, aiding in addictive behavior of not appropriately betting. You're betting too much, right? So how do we get rid of that behavior? Well, size down, practice smaller. Yeah, you're not going to be making any money. You're not going to be losing any money either. But the best part of trading like 1/10 of what you were doing is that you feel differently. You lose $50. You're not scared to trade the second time, third time, and fourth time, and fifth time if you were losing $2,000 every trade before. If you completely scale down to a fraction of what you did, that's where you start practicing emotional control, and then start stepping up slightly bigger to where when you do make a loss, it doesn't affect your next trade. You're not scared to do it. And when you do make a win, you're not careless the next trade and doubling and tripling down. So I tell people, like, as a quick Band-Aid ripoff of something you can do differently to start working on your emotions is trade a fraction of what you did before. And then start slowly adding to the size until you start to feel something. When you feel something, it's too much. When you're not feeling something, baby, you're the Iceman too. And pretty soon you get used to that control. You guys never see any of my accounts. Well, they're prop accounts, so they're consistency limited. But even so, you never see my real trading account either, or any of my other trading accounts, with crazy big wins sometimes, and then small wins, and then huge wins. They're all consistently in the same range, right? And the prop firms accounts are the same way. Each of these accounts are going to have $2,000 up or down, right? My real trading account, $10,000 up or down. And it's never like, oh, I made 80K today. Okay, I made 10K the next day. Oh, I lost 40K the next day. There's no control there, right? Consistent approach means that I'm trading within my comfort zone. If my real account, I lost 5,000 and 5,000 and 5,000 and 5,000, I'm okay with that. I'm still trading the same amount every trade, and the next account might make a chunk of that back. I'm not losing 60K in a single trade where I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I can trade this. I can't afford to lose anymore. I never have that I can't afford to lose anymore mentality. I don't. And it starts with trading as small as you can to get out of it. So that's it. Wait, somebody said something. I'm gonna put my glasses on. Matt is AI, so he's not tilting. Yeah. I don't feel much when I trade anymore. And that's because I'm trading small enough to not care. That's really what it is. And that is the answer, is you trade small enough to not care. It's not enough to hurt you. Matt lied to us. Wait, what I lied to you? Oh, that I'm a human instead of AI. LOL. LOL. Do you recommend any books at getting good at trading options and futures? Yes, I recommend that you read no books. on trading options, trading futures. Trading cannot be taught by a book. Trading can only be taught through your own exploration of the market and through a direct mentor that's working with you on your personal problems that you have, almost like a psychologist. It's like trying to say, do you know how many books that can help me with my relationship problem with my wife? Well, there's a ton of people with a ton of ideas. Which one is the right one for you? You can guess and test and try hundreds of books until one of them sticks. But in reality, the best teacher is your exploration through YouTube and watching other traders and watching people. And don't let people sell you anything either, but watch people that show their results and then explore the strategy and see if it works for you. I promise in general, you're going to learn more by perusing through YouTube for a week or two than you ever will reading books. I wouldn't ever pick up a book. Now, I would pick up books to learn like market fundamentals and other things that are important. You know, like there's really good, I know Ray Dalio has a book. There's a couple of like pretty decent books for, you know, understanding market principles. But in reality, you really, the journey as a trader, you can learn the basics of futures trading hanging out here for a week. But I don't know any book that I recommend that's like a viable approach to futures or any kind of day trading. Maybe you guys might know some books. I personally tell people don't read any books. Explore. Go on an exploration kick and just dive into a bunch of people actually trading in the modern day. They're using stuff now, stuff that's relevant now. When I first started trading in 2010, first thing I did was I go to Barnes & Noble and start buying some books, Day Trading for Dummies, and this book and that book. And there's one book where the guy said was like how I made like $10 million in the stock market in a year. And I was like, oh, cool, let me buy this guy's book. And the guy's book was all about this thing he had, right? And the book was like, yeah, so what I did was I would buy, you know, Citigroup was nice and stable and going nowhere. And I would place a bid order at $3 and an eighth. And I would place an ask order at $3 and a fourth. And I would just wait. And when the price is going nowhere, it would just jump back and forth. And I would make the difference between the two. And I'm like, oh man, I read this whole book and I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. 3 1/8, 1 1/4. Okay. Yeah. They go to my Thinkorswim. I log in and I'm like, where's the eighths? Where's the quarters? What the hell? This thing is priced in pennies. Like, I don't see eighths of a dollar. And I'm like, and I open up the book and the book was like, you know, copyright 1991. And I'm like, whoa. Yeah. It's like is Orange Man talking today or something. So anyways, the strategy the guy was using was scalping the bid-ask spread when stocks were trading eighths of a dollar. If you guys don't remember this is from like 30, 40 years ago. The fact that your stocks now trade to the penny is like a modern thing since 2003. 2003, the market was decimalized. See, right now, the current price of SPY is $6.43 and 8 cents. Well, used to, things are trading in eighths of a dollar, so 12 and a half, quarters, things like that. So the book was absolutely outdated, which is the comical thing. And it's really the only book I think I read start to finish. I was so excited about jumping in the market and applying the strategy like day one. And I felt like a buffoon because I was like, oh, this is like an 18-year-old book. Can't do this anymore. And I'm like, okay. And then so a lot of your trading books are going to be like that. A lot of them are outdating strategies, but there are people that are, you know, teaching stuff now that they do live. My ask to you is when you go learn from anybody, number one, make sure they trade, that you can watch them trade. Make sure they show you where they click the button and where they set their stops, and they explain their entire process to you. Make sure they show you some bit of results that make sure that everything works. And then explore to see if that's a style that works with your personality. Because in reality, the ultimate goal is that mentorship is the best way to learn. And you got to find a mentor that's mentoring your personality. The problem is there's not a lot of good mentors. Majority of the people that are mentoring are just average at best. And so you're going to learn fundamentals in trading through a mentor, which is totally fine. But getting good at trading is going to be just your own personal journey through this maze on your own. Very few people are going to give you something that's going to work and you're going to just make money doing it. I would say 0 people can do that. And books are even worse because books are not interactive and books are not designed to tailor to your personality. Example, if I was mentoring you, I don't do one-on-one mentorship, but if I was doing it and you were like, hey, you know, I'm losing trades. Okay, a bad mentor will say, well, here, use this indicator. A good mentor would say, well, how were you feeling when you were trading? Were you distracted? Did you feel a certain way? Yeah, well, I felt a little, I was missing out. So I jumped in on this and I didn't want to miss out. Okay, so now you deal with gambling addiction and FOMO. Have you had gambling addiction in your family, in your past, in your family history of this? Oh yeah, well, my dad was a gambling addict. Yeah, right. So let's work with that. How do we approach trading from the mindset of who you are? And a good mentor will explore who you are, and a book has no idea who you are. So to me, this is the portion of where trading is very important. When you learn trading, they have to teach you based on who you are. And books and things, or a mentor just throwing like indicators and stuff at you, are not exploring who you are. And if you don't have anybody mentoring, you need to explore who you are and dive through what are your personal withholdings and problems you have with trading stuff in the market. So I don't do one-on-one mentorship. I don't have time in my day to mentor people. But if I did, like, I would be recommending books. Like, people always like, what is your favorite trading book to read? And I go, well, the Unabomber wrote a book, an anti-technology book, and Malcolm Gladwell wrote a book called Outliers. Neither of these have anything to do with trading. You know, they challenge the way that you think. They're people that disrupt the system. And Unabomber is a horrible guy, by the way, not endorsing anything he did. He also was a weird, misguided, horrible human being, but also a genius and a thinker. And his book was exploring ways to disrupt the system. He hated technology, and his thing was the end of humanity, and that people would use technology and no longer be social and be antisocial weirdos. And oh my God, it's kind of where we are right now, right? And so people that see the world differently is kind of why I tell people, as a trader, you want to explore creative, weird, genius mentalities, different things. Malcolm Gladwell, Outliers, is a book that teaches you what it takes to be a master at something, right? How many hours to put into something to master it, right? Start thinking of ways to expand your mind further, and to ways people think outside the box. As a trader, you need to learn to be clever. And I like to read things that have nothing to do with trading, that expand my mind in general. So none of the books I recommend have anything to do with trading. But in general, if there's books you want to learn about some detailed, deeper things like hedging, market makers, and things like that, I do have a list of like very technically heavy books. Hit me up in my Discord later. I'll share some with you. Again, like if you like to read technical papers with tons of math equations to like really learn detailed stuff, I got plenty of that. Trust me. You want to learn? I have a ton of references on things you can go to learn, like the math on how to build a hedging model. It's almost like reading a textbook, though. That stuff is really good if you're going down that kind of route. But yeah. Other than that, the Untethered Soul. I've never heard of that. Hit me in Discord with a link to that. I'll go check it out. Yeah, like I like stuff that just makes me think differently. I like to approach the market with an idea of, let me get ahead of what everyone else is doing. I try to say, like, everyone else is the dummy. Let me try to be the smarter person or the faster person or whatever. Can I try to outpace the market or do something nobody's doing? So let me read things that people who try to see something that the world doesn't see. How do these strange, eclectic, genius people think, right? And that's how I like to read. Try to like break the habit of myself. People are talking about the Mark Douglas trading in the zone book. Yeah, there's like a ton of like I don't know, trading, like beginner trading books that people read that are good and kind of get the, teach you a little bit about trading. Those are pretty good. I never read Trading in the Zone, but everyone does, so it's great. But I'm gonna tell you, there's like zero. There are like literally zero books that are going to tell you mechanically how to trade and then explore how you trade as a person. There's no book that's going to be like, oh my God, this is exactly me and I'm doing everything wrong. It tells me how I need to do it right. Books are going to be very impersonal and mostly just give you generic information. And what I argue is that you can learn most of that generic information by watching any couple of YouTubers a couple times a week and then asking them questions while they're trading. And you can get information much more efficient than in any of these books. But yeah. TLDR of trading in the zones, every trade is random. Take ownership when you place a trade. That's a good, yeah, that's a very, and I teach the same thing. I agree with that completely wholeheartedly. The stock market's random. And, you know, your job in the random market is to navigate without feeling like you're going to throw up every time you make a trade. Take the ownership of what you do and make sure you're doing the right amount of the size of a trade. It's a good, yeah, if that's what the book has, then that might be a good read. Yep. But yeah, but the story being that most of the books you pick up, if you know, if they're 20, 30 years old, they may have techniques in them that were only applicable when like trading volume was low, or, you know, markets trade in eighths of a dollar. You know, that strategy won't fly. You can scalp a penny in a flat market. Well, things don't sit there flat. The penny allows them to move much further. Nothing sits there and just flips at the bid ask all day. Not on the day of retail trading and Robinhood and trading from your app on your phone. Maybe back in the day when you would call your broker after reading the newspaper and getting your stock quote, and your broker would place the order. Yeah, those times, you know, maybe the market would sit flat with low volume. But so speaking about a lot of the trading books dive into technical things, like instead of, you know, personal things, and the technical things may be outdated. Abyss, what are you talking about? $30? What are you talking about? Is the Unabomber manifesto you're talking about? He had an IQ of like 169. Yeah, it was called, he had 2 books that he wrote. It was called Technology, what was it called? It's God, what the heck is the name of the book? It was called Technological Slavery. That was the first one. That's right. Industrial Society and Its Future was the actual name of the manifesto one. But Technological Slavery was the first one I ever read. Yeah. Somebody actually recommended it to me, and they were like, you know, the guy, you know, that serial killer who, you know, was like attacking people in academia because he was, you know, against technological development. It's like he was saying that, you know, essentially iPhones and computers would enslave us and we would become shell versions of ourselves as humans. And the most horrible thing in the world is to have technology. And now you go in the world, and we live in a world right now where everybody goes and watches a spectacular fireworks show. Like you get in your car, 4th of July, everybody drives down to look at the fireworks. You're with your family, everybody's there. And this magnificent thing stretches across the sky. You can absorb it, you can smell it, you can hear it, you can feel it, and you're going to watch it through a 3-inch screen. You know what I mean? And then you look and everyone else is doing the same thing. Wow, let me watch this amazing thing in a tiny little screen. You know what I mean? Like that's so weird to me, right? So I'm like, yeah, why do we do that? Why did I pay to leave my house and go here so I can watch and film it on my screen? I'm never going to go back and watch the video I take. Like, it's just to validate with other people that I came to this concert so that they can give me a heart button, and then we're good. So it's kind of like, you know, and I'm like, wow, you know, this we kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like a weird. It's like I feel like I'm being called out. The 6-inch screen, you know what I'm saying? So EDM concerts, yeah. You're like dodging. You're like, wait, I can't see, man. Phones are all in front of your face and everything. Yep. But anyways, so somebody recommended that to me and was like, it was a good read, and it's very interesting, you know. Interesting to read. I like reading any books of anybody that's got a very high IQ, because they're usually very weird and they don't fit in the box, and they see things differently than most people do. And for me, searching for inspiration, I like to kind of in case I hear like music you normally hear.
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real, spin the wheel for a major D. My funded TV, the crowds in line.
I love this concert.
Like a neon sign. Lights are flashing.
I'm gonna Instagram this later, baby. Hey, buddy, put your phone down. Shut up. I'm filming. Congrats to the winner. That's so funny. That is funny. All right, so looks like market is bouncing up and down. We're not getting any improvement on this on the data today. So like I said, I'm flat, chilling, waiting. Nothing happening here. Nothing exciting happening here. Weird way to flex an iPhone, but still a flex. Wait, an iPhone is not a flex. Come on. And not if I was like, if I had a Rolex though, that'd be kind of cool. I have the basic iPhone. I always get the smaller one too. Actually, I never get the bigger version of the iPhone. I have to be able to one hand it. You know, he's just being funny. He's just being funny. iPhone is not a flex. Never. All right, we have been here for almost an hour, you guys. The S&P has moved down a thrilling 4 points since we've been sitting here, and yeah. Probably got about 15 more minutes here. You guys want to throw some questions my way about anything? I like, somebody said, what kind of books are good? How do you stay cool? What do you do when you tilt? I talked about how to develop techniques for emotional control, like size down to the point where you don't feel anything anymore. And then you'll start practicing being the Iceman yourself. Whatever else do you guys have? You got it. Thank you, Matt. You weren't paying attention until I said the music was coming through. No, yeah. Go. How can we exit the downward spiral? You can't. And life is that way. We're all going down. If you're talking about in trading, though, jokes aside, in trading, if you're downward spiral, meaning like you're just losing, you got to take a break. It's purely it's okay. So luckiness or unluckiness, nobody should be taking like 5, 6, 7, 8 day losing streaks. And a lot of you guys are like, okay, yeah, hold my beer. Trust me, I can do that. A lot of times you do that because you're trading inefficiently. If you randomly long the market and short the market, just pick one side and randomly do it. You should win half your trades. The reason you lose most of your trades is because there's a couple of mechanics to go with this. Number one is, if this is where you start and this is where you stop, you can make money if you pick the direction right. You lose money if you pick the direction wrong. But the thing is that while that is a 50-50 shot, the market's not actually a 50-50 thing. Because a lot of times you did pick the direction right, but you also lost money before you were right. And it's this right here that gives people less than 50% win rate. It's where you were right, but your application was wrong. You were right from the wrong place, sort of thing. And this is why most people don't have a higher than 50% win rate. You can just randomly just pick a direction with infinity dollars and you bought one contract and you just bought every day. You'd probably win 5 to 7 of your trades. You'd make money. If you shorted every day, you might win 3 to 5 out of your trades. Now, that being said, why don't you just do that, right? Statistically, that's what happens. So why don't you just do that? Why do you work so hard to do worse than those stats? And that's the age-old question of traders. You're doing all this extra work to perform worse than the odds of the market. And that's really where most of it comes from. How do you exit downward spiral is usually because you have a, what I call trading hysteresis, right? You try to long the market here, and then it blew you up, and then you tried to short the market there, and then it blew you up, and then you're like, okay, I was right. Then you tried to long the market, and then it blew you up, and you're like, oh my God, I was right. Then you go, oh, well, okay, let me short the market here. And then it blew you up, and the market ended up going nowhere all day, and you made a bunch of bad decisions instead of just randomly picking and holding on. So a lot of times people use the loss of the first time or the second time and go, ooh, I was right. Let me get back in on this. Back in. This is the motto of the loser. I was right. Let me get back in. It really is. It's the war cry of the loser. Part of what your loss is that you ultimately were right, but your application was really bad. And so if you're a downward spiral, a lot of times it's emotional like this. It's like you're flip-flopping and chasing. And the best way to avoid that is very simple. Pick your direction at the start of the day. I'm a bull today or I'm a bear today. And if you're a bull today, which I was, and you're proven wrong, don't turn into a bear. Sit out. And that's what I'm doing. I'm sitting out. I was a bull. I'm not turning into a bear. The bull trades didn't play out. I lost some, I won some, but I'm not flip-flopping. Therefore, I'm not seeing the downward move and go, okay, maybe I should be a bear jumping in. No. And so when you take your trade, learn to take your lick and walk. There won't be a spiral because you're not giving it a second opportunity. Stick to your guns. If you were a bull and you're still a bull, try again somewhere else. Flip-flopping is the easiest way to downward spiral. Flip-flopping without the day. If you go long, short, you might say, well, I do it to success. No, you don't. You don't. Nobody's accurate on the market. Nobody. This stuff's random. If you can long the market, then short the market, then long the market, then short the market, and you nail each one of these pivots, I'll buy your course. And I'll buy your course for 1,000 people in here, Nostradamus. Oh my God, sign me up. You can predict that. I'm your student now. I'd love to learn how to do that. So flip-flopping back and forth is mostly going to be you playing noise and being random. And it's a dangerous habit to get that in your head, to flip-flop back and forth when you're wrong. So downward spirals usually come from that kind of behavior. Chasing when you were wrong and jumping on the other side. When you missed half the trade, you long, then it stopped you out, then you flip short and you've missed all of that. Now you just need, and it's called the greater fool theory, you need a bigger idiot than you to come in and sell after you to move it even further. You're kind of at the end of the line of the idiots, the greater fool, right? Anytime you buy something, you need somebody more foolish than you to come in and take it off your hands. And so jumping at the end of the trend, you're the fool. And everyone's like, hold my beer, right? Everybody's mad at me because this is a personal attack on everybody here. I know. It's the hard truth, right? Get used to being a bull and being wrong and sitting out, being a bear, being wrong and sitting out. Don't be like, well, let me get it on the other side of this. Why not? Why not just avoid the mental headache? And then, unless you have a really good conviction, like a very good, like a real reason that you should, not just because you missed out and you might get on the other side. Get used to taking a loss and sitting out. There's no emotional downward spiral at that point because you don't spiral, because you stop trading. It's the easiest way to battle it. Pick your side and stick to your side, take your loss and sit out. And it's very easy to control your emotions that way. Market sold off. I tried to buy some dips, it didn't work, and now I'm just chilling. I'm not trying to short this. I don't see the pop. Okay, finally, it is a bear market. It's selling up. Ooh, there's a pop. Let me fade this. I'm not thinking this at all. Matter of fact, since I've sat here, I haven't pushed the button one time, and the market has gone absolutely nowhere. And I described today's events for that reason, and the market's done nothing. And I've wrapped this up into a tiny little bowl because I've won today a trade of 0. It's exactly the lesson I brought to the table. I didn't long and then try to go short and then get wrong and try to long and then get wrong and try to short. And I got in at the wrong time and got squeezed 4 or 5 times. No, I won because I won 0. That's the trick. It's all up in your head, guys. Somebody says, we're pushing now to take previous hedge high. How is this random? We're pushing now to take previous HR high. This happened all the time. How is this random? I don't understand. HR, what do you mean by HR high? Previous hourly high? How is that random? I don't understand. Market is random because people are buying and selling at random times for different reasons. So in general, it's random. Somebody says, bro, you talk too much. Just do some trading. We don't want to hear about all this other crap. Okay. Which direction should I pick? Flatland is flat. Your name is flat. Why don't you be flat? Flatland is flat. Come on. You're not trying to be a jerk. You are. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you something very, very cool about me. And I say this out of love so you guys understand something. In general, I know you're just being funny, but in general, let me just be real with you guys. I don't know a trader in the world, at least in my circles, that wouldn't see what I'm doing and trade places with me. And I spend a lot of time not even trading. There's a level of success that can be achieved through thinking and waiting, more so than acting. And I've kind of made my name in the space by being very calculative and waiting, right? Not every move is a move. These are 7 points up and down. My strategy, it falls out of the boundaries of my strategy. No reason to take it. And the fact that I'm sitting out is a professional decision, right? You're trying to ask a baseball player, why not swing at every pitch? That's the point. Would you swing at every pitch, even if it's a ball, it's out of the strike zone? No, you wouldn't, right? Not every pitch is worth swinging at. Even if you think you can get a home run by swinging low and on the outside, you swing early and, flub that ball into right field, you're going to get out. Don't swing. You have to swing at every pitch. There's nothing wrong with not doing it. If I sat here and just ate chips and picked my nose, you guys are pretty bored. So I have to talk, unfortunately. But being flat is cool. Bum, 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 bum. And I don't care if people are rude. This is Wall Street, dude. I got thick skin. I appreciate rudeness. I want people to be direct with me, talk shit to me. I'm absolutely fine with it. We're not here in Wall Street to hold each other's hands and play acoustic guitar and dance around a big purple dinosaur like La La Land here. It's like, this is Wall Street. This is the land of douchebags and money. You got to get used to people are going to be pretty brutal to each other. That's part of Wall Street. You just got thick skin. Nothing phases me, man. I'm the Iceman. I don't ever get angry or whatever. Depends on the chips. I got the good ones today. Yeah, but there's been no really good, moves for me to take today. Bum, 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 bum. So today, this is one of those days where there's really not much, there's not really many good moves I can take. I've been wanting to, I could possibly long at the open, but I don't really have much faith in this that we go further than here. This is resistance, so I'm kind of in this zone. It's 10 points, and this is not really a setup. Usually days where you gap up like this and the market's trying to decide, is it gap and go or gap and fade? We did fill yesterday's gap, and it was looking pretty solid, at least for now, for for holding. But like I said, I'm just gonna let today figure out what's going on and then make a decision later. I don't like not getting A+ setups. All my A+ are way down here, and usually inside of the redistribution zone is just a B setup. Why did I long with small size? Well, just because today I don't normally take the long here if this wide line is less than 0. When it's resistance at this point, I don't take the long. Even though it is bouncing, I tend to not take this long. And again, there's not really much juice on this trade either. 68 to 78 is 10 points, and maybe that's the best I can get out of this. And Nasdaq also, and I'll use Nasdaq as proof of this, which I did on Nasdaq earlier when conditions were better. The same trade on Nasdaq didn't work, right? Long here, I longed, and then it was up here, and then it came down. Then I closed out, and that's how I made a little bit of money in some of the accounts. I did take the trade, and then Nasdaq broke through. So you see, it's not a guarantee that it's going to move. Even though S&P is kind of trailing up like this off of its close, Nasdaq didn't, right? So I could have S&P won, Nasdaq didn't. I just chose when Nasdaq was losing at level, I'm just okay, I'm going to sit out. Be cool with it. And no reason. I mean, I'm okay. I mean, I'm green for the day if you add all that up. So I'm in no hurry to try to gamble off it. But I not every trade is a good setup. And when Nasdaq failed its open price with a negative resilience level, then S&P, I just didn't take the trade. And look at that. S&P did work, and I missed out on it. But I didn't miss out on anything. I made $0, which is a win in my book. All right, guys. Well, good luck today. Bull market is still strong. Greater market indicators all still bullish. Everything's great. Monthly maps are bullish from Oxyter, which shows long-term outlook bullish. Nothing really bearish about this market. This sell-off today is probably temporary. A little bit of selling. I could try to take a long here, but yeah, I'm just going to let the market play out. I think this is a relaxed day in the middle of this crazy upward movement, and I don't think it's going to close lower. I do probably think it might end up higher, but we'll see. And that's it. But anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. I'm out. I'm going to stream a little bit on my channel. I have to leave about an hour early, though, to go to the dentist. Womp womp. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, MyFunded TV, MyFundedFutures, for all the awesomeness. Thank you for the flash sale with my code Rocket Scooter. You guys get 20% off of everything today, only with my code. You guys can check it out. Also, come to my channel. I'll be live for the rest half of the afternoon. We can sit here and talk about sitting out or whatever, or hang out, teach you guys some lessons there. I'll be live, and we'll see you all tomorrow. So thank you, guys. I'm out of here. Have a great day.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark.